everybody flooding in? How's everybody doing on this fan-fucking-tastic Friday? We have a charity stream today, as well as reacts. It's going to be a react day today. Dumb. I'm live late. I said I was going to be live at 4. I'm live at 4:30. My bad. I had to eat. I had to go grocery shopping, a bunch of shit. Anyways, we're doing a fucking charity stream today, chat, for AHA, American Heart Association. We have worked with them in the past. Exclamation point AHA. If you would like to donate, it is directly through Tiltify, which is a platform that a lot of streamers use, including myself, for charity streams. It's the one we're using today and the one we'll be using March 5th for pediatric cancer research. But if you want to donate, it'll go directly to the charity, and I will be able to read it as if it is a regular Bitdono on the, little donation tab area. So if you plan on giving bits today, instead, please just donate directly to the charity. I'll still read your message. We're trying to raise $2,000 today. I already did my, pre-stream dono, $200. There it is. I'll start it off a little bit. We got a sponsor tomorrow for Marvel Rivals at noon, so I'm probably going to donate like another 300 or so. Do a little rounded 5 for AHA here, because we got a little Marvel Rivals ad that we're going to be running, so going to use some of the little sponsorship money from there to donate to AHA. That'll be nice. But today we're doing just a full react day. We have some, goals here. Obviously, we have Throw It Back. We only have 2. Throw It Back, extra YouTube video for the week. I post basically every day on the main and the gaming, so I'll just do a double upload tomorrow when we hit this on main, or on the main channel. I just wanted to mainly focus on the React content today, so I didn't have that many milestones. But we'll still be reading all the donos that go in. If you don't know AHA, I've worked with them before. They basically help fight the number 1 and number 3 or 5 killers in the U.S. Number 1's heart attack. I think that's worldwide. That's basically most countries' number 1 cause of death. And number 3 to like 10, depending on what country you're in, is stroke. So they help specifically against that in the U.S., but just in general as well. They try to provide money for research. They donate millions of dollars, as well as try and provide advocacy for healthy habits to try and prevent people from getting heart disease at a younger age. Especially in the U.S. with how bad obesity is and all these other issues, smoking, drinking, a bunch of stuff like that. I'm not for the 5. You have any book suggestions? Also, my name is Dawson. You could call me Dawn. Hello for the sub, and thank you, 5. Thank you for the 5, Dawn. I love for the 5 gifted. Sketty for the 5. Do I have any book recommendations? Only really like philosophy, in all honesty. I don't really read like fiction. If you're talking about fiction novels, Haruki Murakami was a great writer that I enjoyed reading when I did read him in school, but now, like free time reading, I basically only read philosophy, and I haven't really had that much time to read that much, so I have had time to read. I've just been playing Marvel Rivals. Hashtag sponsored. Not yet. Tomorrow. Actually, though, I hit Diamond, by the way. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I hit Diamond last night. Finally. And finally. Grinding my ass off, dude. Solo queuing. It's fucking terrible. Anyways. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh. Philosophy books, I always say Plato's Republic's always a good recommendation, in all honesty. It's just a great starting point. I think it's really nice to read philosophy by Plato, because a lot of the time he models it as if it's a conversation. So it's like you're watching people talk rather than just having somebody spiel to you what they think the meaning of life is or something. Romanoff, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Greg for the 10 says based in splooge. I don't know what that means. Lachlan for the 5. Don't read this out loud. Well, I'm glad I was able to help, and I'm sorry you're dealing with that, man. Dylan for the sub. Anonymous for the 5. Gabe for the 10. Hope the money goes to good use. W charity stream. Dub. Chase for the 10 to AHA. Have you seen new Fortnite season came out today? Yeah, we're probably going to play it next week for a little bit. I don't know if we're actually going to have time. Next week, we're packed. Next week, we're finishing Carry the Glass with Zeusy. There's a scary game called Blood Typer out that we're going to play. Tuesday, I'm not live. We're doing a React Day on Sunday. Wednesday, we're playing Repo and some other horror games. GeoGuessr, Twitch Rivals is Thursday. We have a React Day and a new mech suit FPS game on Friday. Then we have a Rivals tournament. So I don't know if we're going to run it then, but we're going to run the new Fortnite season soon. Simplicity for the 5. Could have given the link to work. Apologize. Wanted to pop and say what's up. What's up? Hey, hello for the sub. Dawn for the 5. Sketty for the 5. Went to a club last night with a girl. Got drunk as planned. Went to sleep in the car. A couple hours later, my girl came. Check on me, and it was my crazy ex who created me before, apparently tried to break in the car, so you have fun club night. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, man. That's horrible. Jersey for the sub. Ben for the 3. Why do you going to start stream right before I got to go to work? I don't know, man. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Abby, Control, and Bad for the sub. XTTV, Gimmicky, Gavin, Aiden, Retro for the sub. Googla, thank you for the 50 gifted pre-stream. Dubbing the goddamn chat for that. Thank you for the fucking subs pre-stream. For future references, please wait to give subs while I'm live. I feel bad when you gift subs when I'm not live. Because I can't thank you. And I don't even know if you're here now. Stop giving subs when I'm not live. Why do you do that? June for the 25 to AHA. Speaking of fiction books, the first time reading, recommending All Tomorrows to Joe. Hello for the 3. Will Bart Bucks go to charity? No. Palmo for the 40 to AHA. Thank you for the 40. Jade for the 3. Sorry for the small donut. My perfect love watching your videos. Can you say hi, Aiden, to me? Hello, Aiden. Or Adin. I don't know how to say that. After for the 10. Today's my 21st birthday. Happy birthday. Trust for the sub. Dylan for the 3. Where can I go to donate? Exclamation point AHA. It links it to you. I think it's also pinned in chat right now. Greg for the 10. I already read that. Dylan, thank you for the 5 gifted. Coconut for the 6. Try to donate each year's stream. Literally the best streamer getting into streaming too. Love all the chatters. W stream. Thank you for the 6 to AHA. And Google, I thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate the subs. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Carlos for the sub. We're going to donate our extra now. And then I'll twerk. Pause. I'm dropping another 500 bomb. I don't give a fuck. We got a Marvel Rival sponsor tomorrow, chat. I'm fucking donating to AHA. You already know that. It better be signed. Oh my. I need to sign back in. Why does it always make me re-sign into Tiltify? It's so annoying. Yeah, we got a Marvel Rival sponsor, chat. We're splurging here. We're splurging on the AHA charity stream today. Yeah. Hold up. Give me a minute. Pause is in the chat. This is going to take me 30 seconds. Not even. 10 seconds. Boom. Already done. No, not yet. It's almost done. It's not done. It's done? No, it's not. It's almost done. It's here. We're here. $500. Bang. 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 Please accept it. Yes! Joe Bart for the $500 donation. Thank you to me. All right, and now it's time to twerk because we're at $873. I've donated $700. Yo, chat. We hit 873. We hit 873, bro. Oh my God, I'm sick. By the way, sorry for the coughing. I'm now realizing I'm twerking because I donated money myself to a charity stream, and now I'm forcing myself to twerk. That's all you're getting. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all the fucking story told. Yo, chat, also fell down my stairs last night. That was fucking fun. Thought I broke my foot for a minute. I would show you guys my purple toe, but people will clip it, so I'm not doing that. I say as I just twerked. John for the 1. Thank you for doing this. Well, thank you for the 1, bro. I appreciate that. Sergeant for the 3. You should make a hashtag on Twitter and rate our setups when we send them. I thought about doing that one day, but so many streamers do that shit. I really want to rate y'all's Clash of Clans bases. What's like a... Yo, chat. I almost just threw up. Oh my God, that would have been disgusting. That would have been TOS too. Chat. What's the next chat suggestion videos tab we should do? Outside of video /tab, games /tab. Also, if you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, video /tab, games /tab. It's half most of the videos that I watch games I play. Half of us don't play that. Yo, go on the gaming channel, you ass. I know not everybody plays Clash of Clans, but it'd be fun. What should I do? It doesn't have to be chat stuff. It could be like chat suggested stuff. You guys send some ass TikToks, bro. I'm sorry. Like, that's why I've been saying I wanted to do a Joe Bart favorite TikTok showcase, because y'all have some terrible taste. Y'all be sending like some stupid ass low taper fade memes just over and over again. Omori react time, brother, come on. School lunches. Oh, that is a fucking fire idea. Should I get you guys to submit pictures of your school lunches? Yeah, that's a great idea. Wait, that's a really good idea. Holy shit. Who said that? I read it and then it just zoomed by. That'll be funny as hell. Hold up. Can someone that's mod or admin in Discord do lunch? What was it? School lunch tab where people can submit their school lunches. General Zod just hit me with an OK with no capital O. Are you mad at me? General Zod, are you mad at me? Bro, hit me with an OK. Okay. Not even a KK. Bro, people make fun of me because I say KK. Like, my friends make fun of me because I type KK. But KK's not mad. Like, if I type KK to you, that means I'm just like, it's an affirmation, right? Like, I know, like, all right, got it, right? Okay, OKAY takes too long to type, but okay, you're thinking they're mad at you, you know? KK is 2008, bro. No way you just said KK is so 2008. Brother, you were probably born in 2008. Righty for the 5. Thank you for being the most relatable streamer in the world. Keep being yourself. Thank you. Maddie for the 10 to AHA. Moot for the 1. Sorry for the small donut. My mom spent most of her money on groceries. Dude, you don't have to apologize to that. Any donation is appreciated to AHA, dude. It's a fucking charity stream. We just moved into our first permanent house in 2.5 years. I wanted to say you're the reason I made it through those 2 years. Dub. Well, congratulations on that. The will for the 3. My friend had the craziest take in class today. Got pulled in the hallway for saying, at what point do you have to separate the art from the artist, referring to Kanye? Yeah, that's a rough take. You can make in certain situations, I understand people saying that, but not in any situation, especially with like how crazy he has been. But there have been like notable actors that have done horrific things that you still watch their movies. Right, I think that's kind of the argument that's being made. Yeah, but you can't be like you can't separate the artist from the art and then like quote P. Diddy or something like that. Like that's not, yeah, no, you can't do that, you know? Ace for the 5. Love the streams. Thank you for all the charity streams you do. Thank you, Burger for the 10. Yo, Jawa the Hut. Thank you for the fucking $100 dono to AHA. Dumb in the goddamn chat says, take my money. Thank you for the fucking 100 to AHA. TTV for the 5. What's up? I'm Wyatt. You got me through a lot. I appreciate all you do. What's your workout split? Back, biceps, abs, day 1. Chest, triceps, shoulders, day 2. Legs, abs, day 3. Day 4, rest. Day 5, repeat. I'll do calves on back and biceps too because I have small calves, but you don't need to. Work for the 1,000 buddies. Try to keep this short and 15. You got me in a running boxing philosophy. I have all in the A's now. Work full-time at a whammy. Awarding band, and I wouldn't have done it without you. Dub, Laura for the 10 to AHA. I'm about to bake something. What should I bake? Brownies. What's the best baked good, chat? Sponge for the sub, Alec for the 1. 150. $1.50, not $150. Your content is especially helpful during me being sick with COVID right now. Love from Australia. Well, dub. And I'm sorry you have COVID. Roman, thank you for the 5. Gift is John for the 1. Thank you for doing this. Sergeant for the 3. You should make a hash. I already for that. Andrew for the 10. W charity. Any catch any of the 4 Nations game. Not trying to brag, but I'm a Canuck. No, I don't care about hockey. At all. At all. I don't care about hockey. No part of me. My friends, while I was playing, literally rewind. This is what was happening. I'm in the middle of a fucking MVP performance on Marvel Rivals on my rank up game. And my friend goes, oh, dude, the hockey game went into OT, bro. And I went, don't give a shit, deafened. Don't give a shit, deafened. And then I started, I'm so serious. Don't give a shit, deafened. And then started playing this. and then I swapped Thor. I press F to activate the lightning ball, so I start going. I just start chucking those bitches. And then I got diamond. And then I immediately turned off my computer. Marky for the sub. Asake for the 50. Thank you for the fucking $50 dono. Want to donate to a good cause? Heart disease is one of the most deadly diseases in the world, so I hope this helps. Yeah, it's like the #1 killer in a lot of countries. PBL for the sub. Matt for the 1, and I appreciate the donation. Sorry for the small donation. Don't apologize, dude. I appreciate it. Papa for the 1. Thank you for doing this. Charity Sherman, thank you for the 1. Matthew for the 25 to AHA. Whack for the sub. Ridley for the 10. Hey, Joe, I love watching you so much. Don't love you personally. I didn't break my phone and cut my hand when I got timed out. I wish you a good stream. Oh, you put Ridley. I didn't know your name was Ridley. Thank you, mother, for the 10. Coconut for the 8. $8 more kind of sad about getting rug pulled. I really... rug pulled? Oh, yesterday? The Bart Buck rug pull? The rug pull of 25. Zen for the 1. I don't know. I still don't know what mod did that. You've said VR games suck, but you haven't played the right ones. Check out Half-Life Alex. I actually have that. I think it comes free with a Valve. I have it, but I've never played it. It's so long, and I don't know if I want to dedicate, like, 15 hours to playing a fucking VR game on stream, because I don't know how it would go. Nico for the 2. 2 subs. Thank you for the subs. QD for the 5. It's been over 2.5 months since I've been here. Joined the Navy. Thank you for your service, man. I appreciate that. Mr. Streams and videos. What happened in the last 2.5 months around the world? Is it crazy now? A lot of planes been going down. Donald Trump's president now. What else? Canadians hate us now. So, might not want to step inside of Canada. Might not want to go to Canada. Oh, yeah, they legally changed the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Kanye crashed out and retweeted porn. Eagles won the Super Bowl. Haley Welch streamed. Haley Welch is back on the Hawk to a podcast with FaZe Banks. Oh my God, we haven't seen that. Should we watch a clip from that? Haley rug pulled. That was longer than 2.5 months ago, right? Nick for the 5. Vancouver, Canada, Northern Washington State got hit by 4.8 mag earthquake like 5 minutes ago. Stuff fell off my shelves. How strong is 4.8? I don't know the scale of earthquakes. New Jersey doesn't really get earthquakes. Roy for the 10. You're after the song Perk and Strip Joint by the Future. I'll play it when I go to the bathroom next. Actually, I'll play it right now. Who gives a fuck? I do fuck with Future. I'm not taking any more song recommendations. What's that Drake song where he speaks Spanish? What's the Drake song where he speaks Spanish? Meet Your Padre? That's not it. Oh my God, it is. Do you think that's a hit in, like, other countries? I don't know. The worst for the 25 to AHA. Love the charity teams. Glad you're doing this. Such amazing charity. Thank you, Beanalozy, for the 3. Threw up 6 times yesterday. Sorry to hear that. The fuck? And I'm not answering the other part, bro. That's weird. CJ for the sub. QD for the sub. Ethan for the 5. Me and my girlfriend have been longtime fans. First time donating. You've been an essential part of a nighttime routine for 6 months. Dub. BP for the 7. Thank you guys for watching. Richie for the 5. Thank you for being the most relatable streamer. Maddie for the 10. Move for the 3, or for the 1. Want to be for the sub. Gold for the 25 to AHA. I wanted to say you're a pretty cool dude. Thank you. Baba for the 1 to AHA. ASIC for the 50 to AHA. Double the channel. Donate the 400 to a good cause. Hoping this gets us closer to the 2,000 goal. Wish I could donate more. Well, dude, I appreciate the fucking $100 total to AHA. Genuinely. Dub. Brendan for the sub. Matthew for the 25 to AHA. Rasmus for the 1. Ree for the 2. It was my birthday on the 13th. Happy birthday. Jamal for the 1. Today at school, I gave a friend a sticker that said, fuck. My mom gave it to me. I find this funny because that teacher says the same stuff in class. Ruben for the 1. Joe, if you do that school dinner thing, wait till you see mine. They give us chocolate rice pudding, and it looks like really runny poop. Susanna for the 5 to AHA. Wanted to encourage everybody to get BLS certified. I think it's very important to help in so many ways. Love for the charity streams. Peter for the 5. I could only give $5. Wanted to help people in need. What's your thoughts on Kid Cudi, one of my favorite musicians? McClowns for the 50 to AHA. I don't know what to say about W charity stream. Thank you for the fucking 50, bro. 20 for the 1. 11. Says backyard boxing, not today. Gangsta for the sub. I was literally trying to schedule a day. That's so weird you say that. I was trying to schedule a day when we could play backyard boxing because I want to finish the game. But I am literally packed next week, the week after, and the week after. Next week, we got a lot of tournaments, a lot of new horror games. Week after that, Split Fiction drops. And Marvel Rivals tournament. Week after that, I got a fucking Rainbow event. And then the week after that is probably when we're going to do it. Logan for the 5. My grandpa died of heart-related issues. Rip in the chat. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Love the streams. Definitely makes my days better. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man. I'm sorry that your grandfather passed. Gangsta for the sub. Lily for the sub. I will sit for the 3. You hear Victor Wemby is a blood clot. What? Just for the sub. Jawa for the 100 to AHA. Dub in the chat. Thank you for the fucking 100. Unfortunately, this is all I could donate today. Bro, that's a lot. Thank you for the fucking 100, man. I appreciate that. Mr. Asik for the 1,500 biddies. Thank you for the fucking bits. Ryan for the $2.21. If you could tell your past self something a week ago, what would it be? Don't fall down the stairs. Should I show you guys my toe? No. My toe's fucked up. The middle, like, it's this toe. On my foot, it's like bent and it's purple. I'm not showing you my foot. No. People are going to clip it. Tiggy for the sub, Savannah for the 5. Wife and I love getting to watch the streams. I'll watch your YouTube, but when I was in the Army, you reminded me of my brothers. Dub. And thank you, Savannah, for the 5. I appreciate that. Tiggy for the sub. Freddie for the 126. Hi. And thank you for your service as well. Nia for the 2 said, wanted to say hi. Sticky for the 5. You should play Bioshock. Great game. Send it in the video /tab, game /tab. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play. Mila for the 10. One of the coolest content streamers. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 10 to AHA. Heaney for the 4. Huberto Smellison. Jeff for the sub. Andrew for the 10. Dang, my bad. I'm also Canadian. I don't hate you. Nah, that was a joke. I know not all Canadians hate Americans. I was just saying that because of the hockey games and shit recently. And people are making it a big old thing. All right. Rundown of the fucking reacts today, chat. Lock in here. Starting out, we have 2 short videos about new robots that are fucking coming out. This one's actually older than this one, but this is a new video showing their fucking, like, new and improved Helix. We'll actually probably watch this one first. The laziest star ever on my 600-pound life. 9 luckiest people who survived the impossible number 2. We watched number 1, haven't watched number 2. Movies banned for being too disturbing. Meth-fueled Finn. The Google interview question everybody gets wrong. We'll probably have time for one more. I don't know, though, because a lot of these videos are like 25 minutes, and that usually takes me like an hour to get through. So I didn't want to queue like 8 videos and then have to cut 2. So we're going to start with this. If we have time for more, we will do more. Lactate for the 10. That's the schedule for today. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live tomorrow at 11:45 in the morning, EST. I will be live early. I have a Block Wars tournament at 2 for Minecraft. So I'm doing the Marvel Rivals sponsor at noon to 2. Then I'll be doing Block Wars from like 2 to 5:30, 6, whenever it's done. Sunday's React Day. Monday, I'm going to be finishing Carry. I was going to do horror games Monday, but we have so much shit we got to do. So Monday, I'm going to be finishing Carry the Glass with Zeusy. Then we're going to be playing the new Bloody Typers game, the new horror game that's out, maybe some other horror. Tuesday, I'm off. Wednesday's going to be random horror. And the Repo horror game. Next Thursday is Twitch Rivals, GeoGuessr. Next Friday's Reacts in the Mech game. Next Saturday and next Sunday are the Marvel Rivals Twitch Rivals, or not Marvel Rivals Twitch Rivals, Marvel Rivals tournament, where I'll be a VTuber for that. Reclip for the sub. Emmy for the 1. Says, my boyfriend and I love you. Dub. King for the 5 to AHA. Get me through a tough time right now. Any advice for a breakup? Focus on yourself. Hang out with friends. Pick up a hobby. Improve yourself. Just give it time. That's all you can do. Uzma for the 5 says, make the toe. Don't know gold. No. Arc for the 10. Speak on 1.5K on car parts. Spent 1.5K on car parts. Wish I could get more. Already spent. W charity. W stream. Well, thank you. Floating for the 5. Watching America fall apart. Praying Australia doesn't copy you guys. We have Tumu Trump. His name is Peter Dutton. Lactate for the 10. You should make a channel point redemption so viewers can choose to talk when you go to the bathroom. That would be good. General's out for the 5. The person who scammed the protections yesterday told me not to tell anybody. You know who you are, and I'll keep my promise. Also, is it possible to do rating the Clash of Clans bases? You know how I am about Clash of Clans. Yeah, but not right now. I want to do the food one first. Andrew for the 10. Straw for the 25. To AHA. Love, you've been watching a while. Have a great day. Thank you. Teletubbies for the 3. Or it's Tubbles for the 3. Nothing to say, like your content. Thank you, Honey, for the 20 to AHA. Just a little something to help reach the goal. Love how passionate you are about donating to charity. Well, thank you. And Crispy for the 7. I appreciate that. We are already at $1,598.08, chat. Fucking dub for that. God damn. We're already an extra YouTube video for the week, so I'll upload 2 main videos tomorrow. Because I still upload on the main and the gaming every day. I will upload on the philosophy channel like once a week now. Lam for the 10. Sick leave for the 3. Watching the streams. Any advice on getting bigger and growing? Exclamation point tips. Outside of that, bro, it's really just trial and error, man. You got to see what works, see what doesn't. You got to put your mind to it, be consistent, and fucking grind. Obviously, you know, face cam would be nice. Being able to be interactive, not just sit there and play fucking video games. If you're sitting there and playing Fortnite box battles and you're not talking, nobody's going to want to fucking watch that, which is what a lot of people seem to be doing. Outside of that, man, there's no real advice. Drew for the 2. To HA, lost my grandpa to pancreatic cancer a year ago. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Wanted to donate to support, help out a bit with the goal, but donating to charities recently. SC for the $500 to AHA. Dump in the goddamn chat. Aaron for the sub, waiting for the sub. Reed for the 1, says, love you, Scully. Sickly for the 3. Loan for the 10. Your brother, favorite streamer, love donating to charity. And dude, SZ Pinac. Aaron for the sub. Thank you for the fucking 500. We're already at the goal. I gotta up it. I haven't even started to react. God damn. Dub. I'm gonna up it to 3K. I don't wanna like skyrocket it too much. We are already at the fucking goal. $2,110 to AHA. Dub in the fucking chat, dude. Love to see it. Graham for the 2. Senior right now, just gifted at Appalachian State University, but was wondering if you have any advice. If no, no worries. I don't talk to chat about what state you're going to commit to or what college or whatever. Like, I'll give you advice on college, you know, be consistent. Outside of that, you know, don't procrastinate, schedule your shit. That's about it. But when there will be chatters that are like, hey, Joe, what college should I go to? No fucking idea. Head for the sub, open them for the 3. Love the straight starts time, giving bets 1 for the 5. Love having out for favorite streamer since 2020. Well, thank you. And yo, SZ, thank you for the fucking $500 donation to AHA, man. I genuinely appreciate that. Double the goddamn chat for that. You're a fucking goat. What game should I play? Don't know, dude. Stop asking me stupid questions. Sponge for the 3. So good with mental health. Your streams really help. I'm glad I'm able to help, man. And 1 for the 5. All right. I'm not going to read donos for like 20 minutes now. So if you donate, it's going to take me time. Exclamation point HA, if you want to donate, we need to get into the fucking reacts. We're 30 minutes into the goddamn stream. Lock the fuck in here. I already went down all the videos we're going to be watching. Let's start it out. Figure status update, OpenAI speech-to-speech reasoning. This is about, that made no fucking sense. We should just start with this. We should start with this. We should start with this. This is it's the same fucking robot. It's just 2 different videos about the robot. But yeah, hold up. This is how do I explain this? It's fucking AI like computers. Hold up, I gotta respond to my manager. Un momento. Ugh. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up. Mace just responded. It starts at 11 a.m. EST. We'll play 10 matches together at points in a group. 2 teams from each group will move on to the next bracket series. Is it 1 day or 2 days? Oh my god, chat. I'm going to be playing Marvel Rivals for like 12 hours. Holy shit. In like a week. He said, it'll be 2 days for us since we're going to make Sunday bracket no matter what. How long will each day likely be if you had to guess? And are both days 11 a.m. EST? 11 a.m. Yo, who here is going to be there? That's going to be... Ooh. Y'all be here at 11 a.m.? I doubt it. Some of y'all are West Coast. You'll be up at 8 a.m.? He said it's probably going to be... Oh, he said it'll probably be like 5 hours each day. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Good with me. 11 in the morning. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, fuck. Sully for the 5. I was chilling the other night, looking through the money is never really it was just your turn to use it. What? Annulus for the 3. As a philosophy major, what philosophy book do you like? Somebody just asked me that. Read Plato's Republic if you're starting out. Sully for the 5. Would you ever get into Yu-Gi-Oh? No. Smelly for the $11 donation to AHA. What should I order for lunch? Don't know. Sponge for the 3. Struggling with my mental health. Your streams really help me. Chick-fil-A, dude. Burger King. Arby's. What Pokemon should I pick for my starter? Charmeleon. Charmander. 1 for the 5 to AHA. Been a fan since 2020. I actually have to piss before we start this, chat. I'm sorry. We're 30 minutes into stream. We haven't started to react. I gotta pee. Count me down. Oh, I'm not playing the fucking Drake song. Hold up. I'll play the Future song. What was the name of it? Chat, I'll literally be 30 seconds. Swear to God. Oh, we're back. Sorry, I'm responding to Brady. Lock it! Lock in! I need to fucking focus up. I need to focus up. I need to focus up. I need to focus up. Word for the 1,500 pennies. Some people don't realize how sad it is to go through life with heart problems, cancer, or disease, especially if you're a kid. Also, my last message was meant to say whammy winning band, not award winning. Or not awarding. What? Jackie for the sub, Bear and Cock for the sub, Trash for the 10 to AHA, Mr. Mood for the 1, AHA. Been watching YouTube for a while, and also for the 3. Bennett for the 3. You inspired me to start going to the gym. Dub, dude. Thank you for the AHA donation. Sponge for the 10. Why do people need tanning oil to tan? I don't know. So is it good then? I gotta lock in. I really gotta lock in. I gotta lock into stream. Quick answer needed. I'm responding to Brady. My apologies, chat. My apologies, genuinely. Eljo Bart. This is taking me forever. I feel like a dickhead. I hate doing this. I hate just sitting here. Lock in. I'm saying lock in, and I'm not locking in. I'm going to lock in. I'm going to lock in T-minus 2 seconds. I'm going to lock in T-minus 2 seconds. Hold up. This is what it says. Is this fine? Not primary. Oh my God, Mace keeps messaging me. Confirm both days start at 11 a.m. EST. Okay, so chat, next Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to be live at 11 a.m. And tomorrow, I'm going to be live at 11:45. B for the 25 to HA. Love your sheeps. Thank you. Sully for the 3. To HA, I was saying chilling the other night. The money is never real. It's your only turn to use it. Yeah, money isn't real. Money's just an artificial thing that we all agree to use so we have some sort of communication between value of work. All right. All right, lock in. Ali for the 2. First time, thank you for being a streamer. First time donating. Dub, thank you for the AHA donation. Arby's for the sub. All right, really lock in. I'm not reading donations for like 20 minutes. I'm sorry. I really need to focus up. We have gotten through 0 content today. Fortnite today? No! I'm going to start getting mad. Stop asking me to play fucking Fortnite today. If you have any videos you want to watch games you want to play, videos, session, game session, and some fun videos to watch games I play. If you have any videos you want to watch games you want to play, send those are. Outside of that, I'm not playing fucking Fortnite today. Today's a full React day. Tomorrow, it is just Reacts today. Only Reacts. That's all we're doing. And the charity stream. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live at 11:45 in the morning. We're doing a Marvel Rival sponsor from 12 to 2 EST. Then I have Brock Wars from 2 to 5. Sunday's Reacts. Monday, I'm doing finishing Carry the Class with Susie, and then we're going to do random horror games with the guys. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday, it's going to be random games, maybe some horror games. Then we're going to play the Repo horror game. Thursday, it's going to be GeoGuessr Twitch Rivals. Next Friday's Reacts to the new Mech fucking fighting game. Next Saturday, it's on air on the Marvel Rivals at 11 a.m. EST. Did anybody understand what I just said? I'm locking in. Introducing Helix. Editor, if this somehow becomes a video, cut the fuck out of the other dumbass intro I just tried to do. Okay? That shit was stupid. I was distracted. I wasn't locked in. Now I'm in the locked in mindset. Introducing Helix. Okay, we have 2 videos here. They're 2 minutes and 54 seconds. They're very short videos. Okay? And what we're going to be doing is watching this. It is a new introduction of AI robots. They always make them look humanoid for some reason. I have no idea why. It really creeps me out. Okay? Stop making humanoid AI, right? That would be the title of the video if this becomes a YouTube video. I already know it. Stop making humanoid AIs. It's weird. It's weird. Lock in. And inefficient. Terribly inefficient. I already know they're going to market it. I have not watched this video. But every single, one of you guys sent this like today in the suggestion tab. Every one of these videos where they like hype up these $100,000 robots, they look cool. Like, I'm not going to lie, they look cool. But the most efficient figure you could have for a robot is not something that looks like a human. We happen to look the way we do and act the way we do because it, aids us in our environment. But you could just make it look like a weird figure that has no lifelike features and is just able to grab and climb walls and shit.
Hey, figures, can you come here? Okay, I'd like to try something new. Even though this is the very first time that you've ever seen these items, I'd like you to use your new Helix AI and try to reason through where you think they belong in the scene, and then work together to put them away. Does that sound good?
Oh, these things are pieces of shit. I understand, like, the development of technology in, like, a growing area is going to be slow, but no one wants one of these. It's like, dude, you just... reasoning. Where do I put red liquid? Looks like 20% tomato paste, 40% sugars and oils. Probably needs to be refrigerated. Like, what the... Dude, just give it to a human. Just pay a human $10 to fucking work for you. And they're going to fucking figure it out 45,000 times faster. or you're going to buy a $100,000 robot that I could fucking suplex the shit out of. Right now, this is not a protection robot. It's like a shitty maid. It's like I could actually kick this thing's ass. It's not going to be able to accomplish any... Oh, it's opening the fridge. It's reasoning. It puts the Milano cookies in the fridge. Oh, eggs on the bottom shelf of the side door. Where do you guys keep your eggs in your fridge? See, that's already fucking this shit up. That's why... No. The robot's going to be choosing where shit goes. You put it top right shelf. Top shelf on the right, not on the side. Top right. Always. Eggs are always top shelf. What the fuck? In a drawer? I don't know. Yo, it's actually taking them a minute to reason where to put a bottle of ketchup. What is that? Can they walk, or are they only able to, like, stand still? Crushed them. Stand it up. Yo, did he just throw it out? Where did he put it? Where's he putting the ketchup? Okay. Stand it up straight. I'll give him credit for that. I'll give him that. He stood it up straight. Honestly, should be... Okay. Maybe I'm being a little too critical. I think the reason I'm so angry about these new robots is because the value that you're getting for how much they cost is incomparable. This is a piece of shit, right? I would not buy this because I could do it faster and save myself more time than having this in my way. If this robot were $100, it'd be worth it. But this is probably $40, $50, $60, $100,000, right, for this fucking robot. So I'm going to nitpick the fuck out of this. The ketchup should be the other way. Am I wrong? Where the bottle is, like the squirt top should be reverse. So with gravity, it goes down. So I don't got to, when it's, the bottle's empty, I don't got to go to try and get the ketchup to fall down to the fucking bottom of it so I could squirt it out. And then it makes that, that is the most annoying noise ever. When you're trying to get your ketchup out and there's like maybe one or two usages left, but you're like, this is a waste if I chuck it out. It's just... And then on top of that, when you get a new ketchup bottle and you still shake it, but there's so much ketchup that you're not able to mix it around well, and then the first squirt's always water. And ketchup water's disgusting. Getting like a really liquidy ketchup. When you do it on the side as a dipping sauce, it's not as bad as when you like get it on your hot dog. You get like a new dog ketchup bottle, you go, new ketchup bottle, and it's just water. Ugh. Ruins it. I'd put an apple in the fridge. Would you not put an apple in the... See, now we're getting into subjectivity based off of taste. I would put an apple in the fridge. I want a cold apple. You guys eat warm apples? That's foul. How soon we eating it? No, I always put an apple in the fridge the second I buy them, right? I went grocery shopping today. I put an apple in the fridge. Bananas, I put in the fridge a day before I want to eat them. because they ripen quicker. Do y'all put bread in the fridge? I put bread in the fridge. I put bread in the fridge. I put bagels in the fridge. I got bread in the freezer right now, too. It's how you keep it. It's how you keep it good, right? And then when you want to use it, you take it out of the freezer, put it in the fridge. Works perfectly fine. And then the bread stays good longer. That's an Italian thing. Is it actually an Italian thing to put bread in a fridge? Makes perfect sense. Dude, you get a nice sourdough loaf, you're going to put that bitch in the freezer. You don't want it to go bad. Put it in the freezer. You take it out. You fucking toast it. It's good as new. Yeah, everybody's saying gross. Yo. Some chatter made a very valid point right now. Have y'all saying gross. Like any of y'all buy your own groceries, bruh. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, when you start buying your own groceries, you're going to put your bread in the fridge, bitch. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know. You're going to put bread in the fucking fridge. I'm an adult. Put bread in the fridge, bitch. It's going bad too soon. Why don't you put it in the fridge? What the fuck? Do you put meat in the freezer that you're not going to use? Oh my God. I got to Google this. What percentage of people put bread in the fridge? 50% of us keep bread in the fridge. My chat's a bunch of haters. It isn't advisable to store bread in the refrigerator. Although it's still perfectly healthy to eat, it'll become less palatable because the cold temperature will cause the starch in your bread to recrystallize and lose moisture. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I got moist-ass bread, bitch. I got moist-ass bread. My bread ain't going dry. My bread ain't going dry. Get the fuck out of here. It ain't getting dry. I got wet bread. I got wet bread, chat. I got wet bread. My bread's so wet, you're going to take it out of the fridge. You're going to go, damn, dude, was there a water leak? It's going to be that wet, right? It's going to be sopping. And you're going to be like, dude, you got a paper towel? I gotta dry it out. Oh my God, did you drop this bread loaf in a pond? You're so rigid, dude. Why do we make them look like people, dude? Why? Stop making them look like people. What's this? It's the other one. It's able to talk, too. Hello, I am your AI friend. My name is Paul. Don't give it a name, bro.
Hey, figure one, what do you see right now?
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drying rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Great. Can I have something to eat?
Sure. Would you like to eat the apple or the plate?
Sure thing.
Is he just going to hand him the apple? I don't want the apple. Can't not compute. Cannot compute. Doesn't want apple.
Great. Can you explain why you did what you just did while you pick up this trash?
On it. So I gave you the apple because it's the only edible item I could provide you with.
Cap, I could eat that plate.
From the table.
Don't give me a challenge.
Great. So, based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
The dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Great.
Well, the problem is that he has to explain this. Like, imagine having to tell this robot step-by-step instructions on everything. Like, it knows what it's doing, but you have to give it an order for it to be able to output information. It's not just going to do. Like, if you live in an apartment and you see that the trash is full, you're just going to take it out, right? And the robot might do that, but there's going to be certain instances where it's probably not going to do something that should just be known to be done.
Can you put them there?
Yeah, dude, it's just, I feel like I don't want to say they're rushing the technology, because they're not, because I understand you have to start somewhere. I don't like how they're trying to sell it at the stage that it's at. I don't know if they're selling this one specifically, but there's so many AI shows where they try to sell these like chat GPT-esque robots for like $50,000, $60,000. And they're so early stage that it's like buying the equivalent of a flip phone in the AI world. It's just useless. And just keep working on it, right? Put money into it. If you really want to fucking advance it, make money elsewhere, put money towards it, knowing that once it's actually well-rounded and fucking reasonable that people will buy it. Stop trying to sell fucking rich people $50,000 robots that won't do anything.
Of course.
All right, so how do you think you did?
I think I did pretty well. The apple found its new owner, the trash is gone, and the tableware is right where it belongs.
I hate this thing. I hate this thing. Can't believe we're going to have legitimate humanoid robots before GTA 6. We are not. You will never have these. I hate how Elon Musk and all these other fucking tech guys talk about how we're going to have robots and all these fucking self-autonomous driving taxis. And it's like, they're like acting like we're going to live in like a fucking utopia in 10 years time. Like everything's just going to be fucking futuristic. And I'm going to live in that fucking iRobot movie with Will Smith in fucking 5 years. That's not going to fucking happen.
I agree. Thanks, Figure One.
You're welcome. If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know.
If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know. Tell me why I'm alive. Tell me why I'm alive, iRobot, iFigure. What's the reason? Why do you have a consciousness? You have no purpose of existing. I just give it existential dread. I literally drive the robot into depression. That would be fucked. What is your purpose? Nah. X Karma for the sub. Sauce for the 3. Studying these bits, I want to say I'm having the worst poop ever. Evie for the 3. This is so random. Me and my homies were talking about what we started gooning to. Dylan for the 3. When's the new merch drop? I don't know. I'm working on that right now. Matthew for the 1,000 buddies. Wondering what most philosophers believe in terms of religion. I'm assuming nothing, but I'm curious. Depends who you're talking to. There's philosophers that try to prove God's existence through reason and a priori concepts, but there's people that don't. I would say most people that are philosophy majors are probably agnostic, not atheist, but not necessarily leaning towards a specific religion. But there's also people that do philosophy and theology. Gabe for the 3. Like, I took theology classes while a philosophy major. Gabe for the 3. 21 years old, don't put my bread in the fridge or the freezer. Sammy for the 1,050 bets. Work at a bakery, refreeze the bread before you ship it off. Steak for the $500 dono to AHA. Dub in the fucking chat. Steak, you are my goddamn goat. Love you, brother. I'm excited to play fucking Roblox Squid Games with you March 5th. I forget if you said you could go or not, but if you're able to come, that would be great. W Mans, thank you for the fucking $500 dono to AHA. Fucking beast. Gio for the fucking 100 as well. Steak for the 5. Gio for the 100. Love the charity streams. Hopefully it inspires others to give back to the communities, even in small ways. Other of the three, I have one friend who leaves the bread out, one to make a sandwich, everything was moldy. So thank you for the sub. Nick for the 25, THA 27 to 33. And my 33-year-old brother just passed away last Friday. Rip in the chat. From heart complications. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Show's life is short, so enjoy it and spread love when you can. Well, dude, thank you for the nice message, number one. And I'm sorry for your loss, man. I hope the mourning process is going well for you and your family. Zonpa for the 3. Heard when you get a new dog, don't you catch up gesture. I was so confused. 0 for the 1. FJ for the sub, work for the 3. Would you ever buy a robot and keep it in the house? Mother reacts are the best. Walnut for the fucking 100 for the AHA. Would you ever buy a robot, keep it in your house? If it was very advanced, yeah. Walnut for the 100 at AHA. Work for a Cancer Research Foundation in Seattle. Always try to donate when I can. Dub, waiting for the 3. Really donate best. I don't know how to write a message and sub. And I also can't donate to the charity Edible at 3K. Frame for the 3, maybe. Would you ever do a talent show again? Also, I love your charity streams. Get me through so much. Would y'all want me to do a talent show again? Dude, I love doing them and I hate doing them. Because I hate making fun of people that think their talents are good, but they're not. And I don't want to be the one to tell them that. It's different when, like, we did the talent show and the one kid was like, my talent is making ramen. And it was so obvious that, like, he was fucking around and he's not serious. But then somebody will be like, my talent's singing. And I'm like, and my heart sinks. And I'm like, oh, God. And sometimes it'll be good. But then sometimes it won't be good. And then I have to sit there and listen to their 2-minute rendition of Frank Sinatra's That's Life. And it's bad. Like, bad. That's life. That's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May. And I'm supposed to go, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. 3 out of 10. Next. Duck and Opsy for the sub. Sky for the sub. Zonpo for the 3. Joe's an AI. Beamy for the 25 to AHA. Love the charity stream. Sully for the 3. I already read that. Ninja for the 1. Says low tape for fate. Rizzy and K-Mall for the sub. Tickle for the sub. Jake for the 2. Can you say hi to Fikeo? If you can't pronounce it, say K, please. Hello, K. Halo for the 1. My fiance watches your VODs all the time. Thank you for using your platform to educate about mental illness. Could you say hello to my fiance? His name is Devin. Hello, Devin. X Chroma for the sub. Sauce for the 3. All right, we're caught up. Gabe for the 3. Wanted to say that you should have more viewers than that you have more viewers than Ninja right now. It's pretty funny. Well, that's because Ninja's doing Fortnite Family Friday. It's not Dark Ninja, right? Doesn't he do Fortnite Family Friday still? Where is Ninja? Oh, no, he's not. He's doing Marvel Rivals. Normally, it's Fortnite Family Friday for Ninja. Fielder for the 10 to HA. Hello from Denmark. Hello. Divvies for the 5. Forgot to put the whole message. Watching for 2 years. Let me through hard times every time. No matter how bad days get, look forward to watching the stream. Thank you. And Fiona for the 10. Showed my sister your videos. We both like watching your videos. Thank you. All right. Chat, lock in for the next video here. Laziest star ever on my 600-pound life. Also, we are at $2,938.11 to AHA. Also, Steak, thank you for the fucking 5. Again, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for the fucking $500 donation, man. Laziest star ever on my 600-pound life. 1 minute. I'm sick still. My apologies. King for the 5 to AHA. Say hi to my friends Jay Morgan, Jacob. Can I get an early 2026 Super Bowl winner? Already did. Eagles. Matthew for the 10. Thank you for the streams. Love your philosophy content, but struggling with the fear of death. Your content really helps. So I'm glad I'm able to help, man. Thank you for the 10. Chubby for the sub. All right. Chat. Laziest star ever on my 600-pound life. Lock in.
From using puppy training pads to go to the bathroom in her bed, to boasting about being dragged through her kitchen by paramedics claiming she was a princess, Penny Cigar is undoubtedly the laziest star ever on my 600-pound.
I can't. Actually tried to watch one of these episodes. I think it's on Netflix. Some streaming service has like every season of my 600-pound life. And it is unbearably, and I'm not saying this about the people, but I'm saying the conditions that they live in because of their weight is disgusting. They shit themselves constantly. They have to like lay in hospital beds and shit in like extra large bedpans. It gets everywhere. They have like so bad like rashes and because they're so bedridden. What is that called where you're sitting so long that you start getting like a disease that like rots your skin? I don't know what it's called, but there was this one where, dude, he had, I'm just going to describe it because you can't, bed sores, yeah. I'm going to describe it because he was butt naked in the fucking, they'll show them just fucking cock out because you can't see their dick. And so he's laying there and he's like, and it's always a voiceover of them and it's like a sad music. And he's like, I'm 865 pounds or something. And he's sitting there and he has like a roll of fat that's like popping out of his thigh. So if this is his thigh, there's like a growth that's probably like 150-pound mass that's just like sitting and it's just there. And I don't know how it's there, but it's there. And they end up removing it and they show the process. I don't know if he's going to show that in this video, but I probably shouldn't show it. If they do, mods, can we get a scan on this video? They'll show them just like slicing into their fat. And it is so gross. It like, I would never be able to be a surgeon. They're like just cutting open like fat. And it literally looks like butter, like as they're cutting into it. And they just remove the lump. And the doctor goes, and he has a mask, and he goes, and he holds it up to the camera and puts it down. And it's like, and it's the one doctor, and he's like, we just removed a 50-pound mass from this woman. And he sounds like an AI. Hopefully, this will help her on her road to recovery. And a lot of the time, they will get better. But a lot of the time, they just don't listen to him. And they'll gain weight, which annoys the fuck out of me. And I'm assuming that's probably what's going to happen with this video. But it's like they're trying to help them. They're on a show for this. They have people watching them, giving them dieting instructions, and like pulling tooth and nail for these fucking people to help them basically rise out of bedridden death because they're going to die in 5 fucking years. And half of the time, it's like, last time you were 570 pounds and now you're 610. What happened? And then they'll sit there and go, well, I don't know. And I'm like, dude, I understand it's like an addiction to a degree, but like someone's sneaking them food. They can't walk. They're bedridden. Who's giving them 40 pounds of beef?
Life, and once you see the way she acts, you will 100% agree with me. To understand how Penny became the laziest 600-pound lifestyle.
Uber Eats? Bro. No. Okay, yeah, Uber Eats. They go on their phone and they Uber Eats. They Uber Eats a fucking meal. It's at their doorstep. They can't get up. What are they going to fucking do? They can't stand up. Yo, Mike, I don't know if you're spamming a link or asterisks, but I'm going to fucking ban you from my chat if you keep doing that, man. Smelly for the 3 to HA. Got Chick-fil-A. Simmerun for the 10. Been watching the VODs for 2.5 years. I want to say love your content. You don't stop on the next 4 years, like you mentioned in the past. Hope you have a good day. Mix for the Sun. Miguel for the 25 to HA. Is your Bedtime Worry line ever going to be restocked? Probably not. Chubby for the sub. Cake for the 5. Say, I already read that. All right, lock in. I'm finishing this video before I read more donos.
In the history of the show.
Yep, throw it in sub only because chat's being annoying now. Yep.
We need to go back to her childhood,
and there
which may give us some clues as to where it all went wrong.
This is my bed. This is my bathroom. This is my dinner table.
Penny has always had an addiction to food. From an early age, she was always the heaviest in her class, resorting to food when—
But that's not her fault when you're young. I always feel so bad when I see like a morbidly obese like 6-year-old, because I'm just sitting there like, dude, your parents are making you fat as shit. It's not even you, right? It's not like, oh, you have an addiction and it's your fault. Like your parents are the Rizzler. The Rizzler's overweight. I would not say the Rizzler's morbidly obese. He needs to lose weight. Yeah. I love the Rizzler though, dude. He's a fucking great guy. He's funny, right? But he's like 7 years old. He needs to go on a diet. But like, I remember I had a friend when I was in middle school that had a little brother, And my friend was like a little overweight. His little brother was like 6 years old and 120 pounds. It was appalling how big he was. We would have lunch on like Pizza Fridays, and this 6-year-old would eat 4 slices of pizza. And I was like, dude, he's 6. Like, I would eat 1 and a fucking apple when I was 6 years old. He's just bulking. Yeah, that might be the bulking since birth, dude. No. He needed I was like, this is the parents' fault, man. And I remember the gym teacher, our gym teacher, would literally, because this kid would order 4 slices, like his parents would get 4 slices for him. Our gym teacher would fucking get the smallest slices that he could find for this kid. Because you had to pre-order pizza on Pizza Fridays at my school, and he would go around and get, I remember watching him do this. He would get the smallest pizza slices that he could, because he had to give the kid 4 slices, because that's what his parents ordered. But he would get like because there would be ones that were like this or like that, just because that's how somebody's cutting the pizza. He would give him the smallest 4, so it'd be like 2.
Whenever she felt the slightest bit of stress or discomfort. Having to wear plus-size clothing as a child, Penny continues to gain 20 to 30 pounds a year throughout school, eventually weighing over 300 pounds by the time she was only 22 years old. Childhood obesity is an issue seen time and time again on the show, as almost every star has had an unfortunate backstory of growing up without learning how to eat.
I wouldn't even say almost every star. I would say every person that weighs 800 pounds has been obese since they can remember. You don't get that fat on a whim. Like, that doesn't, you can get fat, right? Like, you could be like skinny and then get fat, but you don't get 600, 800 pounds. Like, that's a very long process. If you were tasked at like, say some of you guys are probably 140 pounds. If you were tasked with getting to 600 pounds, it would take you 10 years to get that fat.
Healthy or
of just constantly eating.
Make nutritious meals. It's not surprising then that
cap, it's not cap. You would, if you tried to force eat to 600 pounds as fast as possible, you would die before you got there.
Penny has followed the same
it's a slow process.
Path too. Penny also experienced a great deal of abuse as a child. Her sisters recount that Penny was physically abused by her alcohol.
Necocado avocado, not even him. Dude, my 600-pound life is a different level of fat. Like, there's obese, there's overweight, obese, morbidly obese, and then there's my 600-pound life, right? Like, if I'd never seen the show, I wouldn't know that there are people that are this big that exist. Like, I know there's people that are overweight and ride mobility scooters and stuff. When you see those people at Walmart, they're 300 pounds, 350, maybe 400 pounds. Somebody that's over 600 pounds can't walk. They have not just rolls of fat, they have weird protrusions of like fat globs because their body can't function anymore.
Father, and she often took the brunt of the abuse so that she spared her sisters because she was the oldest. Penny would resort to eating as a coping mechanism, one that would eventually become so dangerous it risked taking her life. Penny does have a partner named Edgar, who currently acts as her personal servant, but it wasn't always like that. Their relationship began like any other, a romantic few months that led to purchasing their first home together. Despite weighing over 400 pounds, Edgar didn't seem
I would beat, bro, and as the husband, don't you think he has some sort of obligation to not give in to her requests? If I was in his position and my wife was so obese that she can't walk because she's eating like shit, can you get me Wendy's? No. Or you don't love me. No, I do love you. That's why I'm not going to give you 4,000 calories of food for breakfast. And what is she going to do? See, that's what I can't get over, is they can't walk. They can't walk. They can't get their own food. You can just tell them no. Like, the worst they're going to do, they're going to call the cops on you and be like, he's not giving me Wendy's. You're not committing a crime. You're basically aiding them. I just don't understand.
To mind, and the couple were able to travel and visit places like any other.
They would just scream, bro. At that point, then they'd be like a baby, dude. And at some point, they would give up. Like, If they literally can't get up because they're that overweight, you can actually just decide what they're going to eat. You could give them the right food. And when they're hungry, they'll eat it.
Things changed though when Penny got pregnant. She gained 600
Take it out
pounds
of
throughout her
supplement.
pregnancy, and after the birth of her son, the weight just didn't disappear. In the years since, Penny continued to eat herself to immobility, resulting in her...
There are some people that love to feed overweight people, and they're called feeders. That's what most of obese people's partners are. Yeah, not even just feeders. What is it called when somebody loves having somebody reliant on them? Not Munchausen. Is it Munchausen? No, it's reverse Munchausen. That's what, who's the girl that killed her mom? Who's the girl that killed her mom? You know. Tell me. Gypsy Rose. Gypsy Rose's mom had reverse Munchausen. Like, they like being like, oh, I have to wait on them.
Being bedbound. Edgar has become her full-time carer, no longer able to work as he is required around the clock to help her.
How do they make money then? I don't see. That's what I don't get. How are they making money? She might get disability checks, but like, how are they getting money? If he's not working, she's not working. She's eating that much, and they live in a house. They're not both living in a home paying all their bills on disability checks. You're not getting that much money.
Relieve herself, eat, and maintain good hygiene.
The show? Bro, I'm not even going to lie. I think TLC pays them like dick. They probably get $5K for the episode.
They're also struggling financially, being supported only by Penny's disability allowance, leaving them living paycheck to paycheck. Edgar has stated that he would love to find a job for himself, but Penny's condition makes it impossible to do so.
Oh my god, do they have a kid?
Arguably the most frustrating situation in Penny's predicament is the fact that she has a young son called Liam. Given Penny is immobile and confined to the four posts of her bed, she can only attend to her child when he comes within her bubble, the radius between her outstretched arms. If he refuses to come to her, she won't be able to help him at all. If you thought this was sad for Liam, his life would only go downhill.
And, okay, I understand the mom's dealing with some shit, but at the end of the day, I'm going to say this. You need to lock the fuck in when you have a kid, okay? And if you're in a situation where you're so obese that you can't fucking move and neither you nor your husband are able to work because of you, you're giving your kid a bad life. And it's not because of the circumstances that you're given, like you're working and you just have a minimum wage job and you're not doing this, you're not doing that, like you're doing everything you can. That's different, right? Where like people are impoverished, but they're doing everything they can. Like they could do more and they're not.
From here, as Penny's manipulation tactics only get more and more advanced. It's difficult to understand why Penny won't change her situation for the good of her son and her wider family, especially her husband Edgar. Most significantly, Edgar takes care of every aspect of their son's life, often having to record these classes so Penny can watch them from home. Liam's other family members also play a key role in his care, all while Penny festers in her bed.
Like, why are you giving her that for dinner, bruh? That is literally mozzarella sticks, onion rings, and chicken nuggets. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's all the same color.
Penny festers in her bed. Penny's family were ecstatic to learn that she was pregnant, hoping that this would finally be a turning point in Penny's life where she would have someone to motivate her, but instead the opposite happened and Penny got worse. The weight gain spiraled out of control and there's no doubt
while she was pregnant, that's unsafe for the child too.
That Penny loves Liam, but how far can that care extend from her hospital bed? As we learn more about Penny's situation...
Oh, it's a second child. She's pregnant now? I don't want to ask the question. We all know what I'm thinking, okay? How?
We hear little from the star herself of her motivation to change. Instead, it's Penny's family members, her husband and sisters, who provide their accounts of the difficulty in helping Penny with her situation. They explain the stress her position puts on them and their anxiety surrounding Liam. and how this will affect his development. With many 600-pound life stars, their desire for change is present immediately, often appearing emotional as they face their own internal
Well, yeah, because they decide to go on the show after they've already crossed the barrier of recognizing they have a problem and wanting to get over it. Because it's the same thing as like a drug addiction and alcohol. I've said this a million fucking times. No, you won't get help. Like, you can force somebody to go to rehab for a drug addiction. You can force somebody to diet. It's not going to do shit unless they actually want to change. Because, and you mainly see it with like teenage drug addicts where they're like a pillhead and they don't want to get help, but their parents force them to go to rehab. Second they get out, they start doing drugs again. Because it's not, yeah, they're not physically addicted to it anymore, but they don't fucking care, right? They never wanted to get clean, so they're not going to. And that's the barrier that you have to cross. That was me. That's what I'm saying. You need to get, once you make that wherewithal decision with any addiction, like, hey, I need to stop. I want to stop. Now I'm going to go take the, fucking steps to do so.
Battles of allowing their obesity to spiral to a life-threatening extent. With Penny, however, we don't see any of this. Instead, she seems entirely
that means rehab didn't work? No, it's not the rehab's fault. Because at the end of the day, rehab is in part like a detox. And then also, yeah, therapy and all that stuff. But you could go to therapy all the time. It's the same thing with depression. If you're suicidal and you're dealing with depressive issues and you don't want to fucking get help and you're going to sit there and drown in your own misery and you're not going to fucking listen to your therapist or your psychiatrist, you're never going to get the help that you need. You know what I mean? Like, I've had friends that have had to go through that process of being in a rut and not wanting to live in that rut, but not wanting to get out of it and not taking the steps to do so. And they're getting therapy and psychiatric help. They're not listening to the fucking person. You can go to rehab for a fucking drug addiction or anything for that matter and fucking talk to the guy. But if you don't actually want to fucking take their advice, then it's not going to fucking work.
Content with her position.
Is it still subs only? No. Like, that's her leg, dude.
Perhaps even enjoying it. It's Penny's family who detail their desire for her change, largely for the better of Liam. Some viewers of the show have speculated that her family forced her to appear on the show, fearing that it was the only way to get her to lose weight, especially as the family is struggling so much financially. Penny's attitude reinforces this, as she shows little to no effort in wanting to change, as we will see. Penny makes the 21-hour car journey from Maryland to Houston, getting comfortable across the entire length of the car.
Dude, if they got in a car crash, she's dead.
Boot and the back seats. It takes an entire team to transport Penny just from the house to the minibus waiting outside. As Penny can't walk, she's unable to get out of the car until she makes it to Houston. On the road, Edgar passes through many
Oh my god.
drive-thrus, ordering a selection of chicken nuggets, burgers, and fries for his overweight wife. It seems like the weight loss won't start until she reaches the doors of Dr. Now's office. Upon arrival, Dr. Now examines Penny.
Like, that pisses me off. Like, that aggravates the fuck out of me. Because everybody's always just like, oh, it's the person that's overweight. But you got to think, like, dude, the other person that's enabling that is as responsible for that person being that obese.
Penny to determine her weight and the extent of the damage it has caused to her body. She weighs in at 530 pounds, and Dr. Now outlines how severe her BMI is. Penny's BMI is over double that of a super morbidly obese person. Combined with her small stature, Penny has one of the most dangerous BMI in the history of the show. Dr. Now also examines Penny physically, noticing Penny's oxygen nasal cannula that she...
I need a scan, bro, because the doctor shit, they're going to start fucking... Okay, we're good. See, yeah, if you actually watch this episode, this is where they start looking at, like, she'll, like, lift up a flap, and it'll just be, like, looks like road rash, just everywhere, or some shit. They'll, like, lift up, like a blob, and they'll, like, hold it up, and it'll just be, like, weird bumps and stuff, and I don't, he doesn't show that here.
24 hours a day. Removing them, Penny...
I'm serious, dude. You gotta watch... Yo, chat. After stream, watch an episode of My 600 Pound Life. It is appalling. how in pain they have to be.
These oxygen levels are healthy, but she
Like, you gotta think, dude, they have the same skeletal structure as you, but they have 540 pounds of mass on their body, and it's none of it's muscle. Like, it's just fat.
explains that after 20 minutes of not wearing it, her lips and fingers will turn blue. Penny protests
Wait, what?
of not wearing it, her lips and fingers will turn blue. Penny protests that she needs the oxygen, with Doctor now allowing her to continue using it. However, he notes that he believes the device is unnecessary, and observes that Penny is instead using the oxygen to preserve her victim mentality, an all too common trope among the show's stars. Penny's program begins by the book, a 1-month diet to show she's determined to lose the weight and hopefully qualify for the weight loss surgery. In hospital, where her food is provided and unhealthy snacks are forbidden, it should be easy for Penny to drop the 25 to 50 pounds needed. With a somewhat positive attitude, Penny does indeed drop the 40 pounds needed to qualify for the weight loss surgery after just a month of dieting. After the surgery, it's incredibly important for the patient to start walking to encourage blood flow and oxygenate the body. Not only is it also important for exercising to aid additional weight loss, but it also encourages the patient to ease back into normal life after years of being bedridden. Penny, on the other hand, completely rejects this and refuses to even stand up from her bed. While Penny remains in hospital, Edgar relocates to Houston to be closer to the hospital, renting a small 1-bedroom apartment with his son Liam. They share a
He fucking moved?
bunk bed in the bare, unfurnished apartment, counting down the days when Penny can return home to them. Penny's new 1,200 calorie diet causes some issues.
Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. 1,200 calories for me, I would be hungry as shit. And for somebody that's that obese, that's probably eating like upwards of 7,000 to 8,000 calories a day, like, you're going to be fucking losing it. That's pretty low. Yeah, but when you're that obese, you need your body to start consuming its own fat to lose weight. So it's 1,200 calories, but it's a calculated 1,200 calories of the exact nutrients she needs within a given day. So she's still getting all of her vitamins, her protein, and carbs, but she's removing, like, all of the excess that she doesn't need. If you're dieting, like, casually, like, when I would say I probably eat 3,500 calories, 3,000 calories a day, maybe a little less, like 2,008 if I'm not trying. When I would bulk, I would probably eat 3,500 a day. When I would cut, probably like 2,600. But there's people that do it in different amounts. It's really, how much you're going to diet is usually based off of how much you weigh currently as well. And with how much she weighs, she has to cut even lower. So she could lose weight more rapidly.
Protests the small amount and threatens to start ordering fast food unless it can.
What high-calorie foods did you eat? That's not how you gain weight. When you want to bulk, yeah, you eat high-calorie dense foods, but I feel like a lot of teenagers specifically, and even what I did, when I started bulking when I was a freshman in high school, I remember I used to just eat like Kit Kat bars and shit, so I would hit calorie goals because I was like, dude, I need to eat another 700 calories. I would eat tubs of just ground beef and rice. Ground beef and rice. Ground beef and rice. Unseasoned. Just like slop. Just fucking down it.
Can be increased. Her normal soft-spoken.
Dirty bulking sucks because you're going to get fat. And everybody's always like, oh, dirty bulk's fun. Yeah, dirty bulk's fun because you just eat like shit. Dirty bulk, you just eat like absolute horse piss. You just eat fast food every day and just mass amounts of calories. And you gain weight, but you're going to get fat. And then it's too hard to fucking lose the weight.
Voice changes as she becomes aggressive, speaking rudely to her nurses and degrading their advice. It's difficult to watch Penny's motivation decline when her family's
been on a dirty bulk for 20 years.
Struggles at home. As weeks pass, Doctor now becomes concerned as Penny's weight remains stagnant, and the only thing declining is her attitude. He begins to suspect that Penny is somehow having snacks sneaked in, as there is no logic.
Oh my god, no way. No way. We have like a prisoner Shiv in the cake scenario here. iPhone stuffed in the birthday cake.
reason for Penny not to lose weight, as she has had the weight loss surgery and should be sticking to her diet.
Somebody's sneaking her snacks in the fucking hospital room.
Now confronts Penny, demanding to know how many times she is eating, what she is eating, and if she can even finish her meals. After
Joe pre-watch? I didn't even fucking predict that. He just said it, and then I was like, oh yeah, he's sneaking her food. Who else would it be? What do you mean I fucking pre-watched?
weight loss surgery, it's common for patients to struggle to eat.
I literally didn't even predict it.
Their body is adjusting to their smaller stomach size. Some patients are even prone to vomiting until they become accustomed to eating again. All of this suggests that Penny is doing something different, straying away from her diet, which is why Dr. Now doesn't believe a word coming out of her mouth, as she lies about not being able to eat more than 5 or 6 bites of food. The most dangerous situation that Penny is in is that her psychological state hasn't changed at all.
Yeah, she's like, I can't even eat 5 or 6 bites of food. And then Dr. Now comes in, looking disheveled as always. Well, Penny, you weigh 30 pounds more than before the weight loss surgery. How could that be feasibly possible? Are you not pooping? Then he starts grilling her with the really weird questions. Well, your bladder must be full of 7 gallons of liquid for that to be possible. I think I know the culprit. He unmasks the fucking sheet to the other side of the fucking hospital room door, and it's her husband hooked up to a saw trap. Tell me, I don't remember her name. Tell me, Penny. Has old Edgar here been giving you some Doritos? No, he hasn't. That's not what I seem to think.
In fact, it's gotten worse. She's in complete denial about losing weight, arguing with Dr. Now that she feels lighter and the scales must be wrong. Scales don't lie, but Penny does. Losing weight after weight loss surgery should be easy. The reduced stomach size limits cravings, as well as making the patient feel fuller for longer. By consuming more food than she's allowed, Penny risks breaking the staples in her
How do they weigh her? I think they do a zeroing scale on the hospital bed, and they know the weight of the hospital bed, and then the hospital bed probably weighs her if she's unable to stand up.
Stomach from the surgery, which could result in severe health risks. Worse, Penny could reverse the surgery altogether, as her stomach could grow back to its original size, undoing all of the hard work and money that Dr. Now and her family have invested in her.
Dr. Now really is fucking scary as shit. Dr. Now I'm 35 years old. I'm getting ready for my first prostate exam. Dr. Now walks in. Well, hello there. I go, he's like 90 years old now. I'm like, oh shit.
Penny has to do is eat the meals made for her and start walking a few times a day.
Dr. Now!
Penny is sneaking in food and refusing to walk. How can
Dude, classic Lay's chips are so fucking gross.
Walking a few times a day. Instead, Penny is
I don't know how they sell. They sell out of fucking grocery stores. Who the fuck buys those?
Sneaking in food and refusing to walk. How can Penny lie in the hospital bed when her only hope is being directly handed to her by Dr.
They're too thin and greasy. I like a thick cut potato chip. I like a thick cut kettle cooked, wavy.
Now and throwing it back in his face. Penny's attitude only worsens when she refuses further help from Dr. Now, and his fear is confirmed.
I'm concerned that Penny convinced herself that she's permanently disabled. Okay? I'm not sure we're gonna be able to help her.
As Penny has not complied with Dr. Now's treatment, he has decided to end his support.
Well, because they're also like, hey, oh wow, so they just stop helping her. I was gonna say her life is easier being morbidly obese. She doesn't have a job. She gets to watch cartoons all day, eat like shit, and get waited on. Like, yeah, she's in pain, but I'm saying from like a task perspective, they get into the rut as well as like, Well, now I would have to, like, get a job again. Like, I would have to fucking do all these other things.
And send her home. She hasn't made any progress in weeks, gaining small amounts of weight instead of great losses, and her continuation of the treatment would be a waste of time and effort, better spent on a patient willing to participate and follow the plan. If Penny wants to
I just don't understand how they gain back like 10 pounds in like a month. I don't think I could gain that amount of weight that quickly. Like, I mean, yeah, they're not moving, but, like, they're not even trying to gain that amount of weight, and they're just fucking, Penny, it's been 2 weeks, and you gained 10 pounds. How? Metabolism sucks? It's not that, bro. At the end of the day, metabolism is how fast, yeah, you're digesting food, but the average human burns the same amount of calories sitting still, and it's just basic physics that if you eat more than you burn in a day, you're going to fucking gain weight, and if you eat less than you burn in a day, you're going to lose weight. Metabolism plays a big factor, and yeah, people with thyroid problems and stuff are more likely to be overweight, but not 650 pounds. You're not 650 pounds and go, I just have a bad metabolism. No, you're eating an entire cake, 4 double Big Macs, and a Baconator every day. Like, that's why you're 650 pounds.
resume her treatment, Doctor now explains that she must be mobile and walking, and have lost a significant amount of weight on her own. Having a positive mental attitude is one of the most important factors of weight loss treatment, as a patient must really want
Make her play competitive chess. That is a good weight loss strategy. Get really good at chess. You'll burn 6,000 calories in a day.
to lose the weight and be
But you have to get really good at chess.
fully committed in order to succeed. Penny is the complete antithesis of this, as she shows no motivation and instead believes she is a victim and
6,000? Yeah, chess is one of the highest calorie burning sports. As weird as that seems, because your brain burns a very high amount of calories when it's needing to compute things. How? Because really good chess players are basically like mini computers. You weren't joking? No. Pro chess players during tourney day have to like focus on what they're eating as well, because the amount of matches they play and how many computations they're doing in their own brain, they burn like 5,000 or 6,000 calories in a day. They could burn like 1.5 pounds of fat in one day. Like more than you running the entire day. He'll burn more calories sitting in a chair. Because he's like a human fucking AI, just going Magnus Carlsen, just running through a bunch of like algorithms or ways that the board could be set up. 20% of the body's energy goes to the brain on a normal day. Yeah, so when it's in overload, it's gonna burn so much more.
her obesity is of no fault of her own. It's especially upsetting to watch her behavior spiral when we see her husband and son patiently waiting her return, uprooting halfway across the country for her while she doesn't even try. Penny's motivations come into question here, because if not for her family, then why? Penny's belief that she is permanently disabled is stronger than her commitment to her family, and weighs more on her conscience than her commitment to providing a healthy life for her son. To make matters worse, Penny is excited to return home, not considering how her family will feel when she is hauled off the
Well, and genuine question here. If her husband divorced her and moved out, she would just die. Like, what would they do? What would she do?
back of an ambulance, a sharp resemblance of her former self, just a mere 10 pounds lighter than her arrival weight several months prior. Once she got comfortable at home, Dr. Now arranged a physical therapist to visit Penny to increase her mobility. The therapist engages in several physical exercises with Penny, all proven too difficult for her to complete. She even winces at something as easy as wiggling her toes.
Let's get started. Let's just kind of warm everything up. Let's do some of your ankle pumps.
Physically, I'm just not
Oh my God.
able to get up. I just can't do it. Ah. I just know my limitations.
Just see if you can push down to
Bro, you know your limitations, but you never try to push them, so you will always be in that bed till the day you die. Your part of life is pushing yourself. And if you never push yourself and you never try to go past those limits, you will always be in the situation you're in. You will never get past it. You will always be in the same fucking plateau. It'll never get better.
My hand. You can get that heal up. Even just take pressure off my hand.
I just did. It could be a very long time before I am able to walk.
What about sideline?
Laying on my side, my oxygen.
Like, dude, even in motherfuckers in school, half of y'all are in honors classes. It's not fun, right? Some of you guys are worried and you're like, dude, that's kind of a limit, right? But you got to take the class. Now you got fucking 2 more hours of work every other fucking day, but you do it and then you get better at it. And then everything else before that becomes easy, right? When you are able and capable of doing things that are harder and you push that limit and now you set a bar at a different area, everything prior is a piece of fucking cake.
Oxygen gets wonky really fast.
Penny's immediate reaction to any physical demands are, I just can't do that, or it's just too difficult for me. Her attitude confirms her family's worst fears, that Penny
I would get mad as shit. Like, I'm not even lying. Like, if I'm the husband, I'd be like, you're just not here for your kid. Like, you just don't care enough.
isn't even trying. It's clear that Penny actually enjoys telling people that she can't do things because she's too disabled to do so, despite that not being the case. It's frightening to remember that behind this is Penny's young son Liam, who is growing well aware his own mother isn't even trying for him. Although Penny was given a strict high-protein, low-carb diet to follow at home, she has started going back into her old eating habits. From the comfort of her bed, Penny makes dozens of wontons, bragging that she wouldn't have any trouble eating them all herself.
I cannot function without wontons. They're not the best thing for me. Tucking is out and
I'm getting mad. I'm actually getting mad. I don't know why I'm getting this upset, but it's pissing me off. He's cooking them. Oh, nice job, Penny. You made the wontons. I'm not going to cook them. You could eat them raw. I'm not going to cook them.
it's gonna be like, why is she eating that? But I can eat all of this by myself.
Edgar seems distraught watching Penny do this.
Like, Edgar's a little overweight, bro, but like, he ain't he able to get a job, he able to do all that, but he can't because of her.
Tucking is out and it's gonna be like, why is she eating that?
And their son's not even overweight. Like, they're feeding their son right.
But I can eat all of this
Or he's feeding the son right. She's not doing shit.
by myself.
Edgar seems distraught watching Penny do this, as she's actively working towards destroying.
They should hire somebody to watch her. Bro, he doesn't even have a job. They're working on disability checks right now. They ain't got money for that.
All of the progress made with her initial weight loss at the hospital and her surgery. Things only get worse, as after 2 months at home, Penny has missed every single scheduled check.
This is where Edgar gives her a tapeworm. Or what's it called? What's that? Okay, I'm not advising that he would do this. What is that shit called where you like eat it and then it just all the worm just starts eating everything in your stomach?
Check up with Dr. Now. Concerned for her health, Dr. Now sends an ambulance crew to transport Penny to the hospital for a weigh-in to see how she's really progressing at home. Penny is in complete denial, looking forward to her weigh-in as she believes she's lost over 340 pounds, which would...
What? What? She thinks she lost 300. She thinks she wait. She thinks she weighs 210.
Surgery. Things only get worse, as after 2 months at home, Penny has missed every single scheduled check.
2 months? She thinks she lost 340 pounds in 2 months. That's actually impossible. What the fuck?
Up with Dr. Now. Concerned for her health, Dr. Now sends an ambulance crew to transport Penny to the hospital for a weigh-in to see how she's really progressing at home. Penny is in complete denial, looking forward to her weigh-in as she believes she's lost over 340 pounds, which would make
insanity.
Her 190 pounds.
Oh my god. Oh my god. She thinks she weighs 190? There's no way. Bro, she can't move. That's like beyond denial. And it maybe in like, if she was there for 2 years, I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe you think you lost 340. She thinks she lost 2/3 of her body weight in 60 days.
a little bit higher than the weight of an average woman. She even boasted her new loose skin, which looks surprisingly a lot like fat. But the scales don't lie, and Penny weighs in at 495 pounds, only 35 pounds lighter than her initial weight at the start of her treatment
Scale must be off.
a year ago.
I just need to hold on to the front.
Bro! Oh my god, does that count as a blur? Does that count as a blur, bro? Don't fuck with me right now. Now I gotta private the VOD. Oh my god, no! Oh my god! Stop, it's a charity stream, bro. Twitch, please don't ban me. Bro, it's a charity stream, please, 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 please. It was blurred? Okay, good. Fuck. Oh my god. See, that's what I mean, though, dude. In the show, they don't blur that shit. In the show, they don't blur that shit. It was blurred. 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 Fuck, dude. Oh my god. I was like, am I actually about to just fucking see this woman's ass, dude? Holy shit. Okay, now I'm rewatching it. It was blurred. It wasn't blurred. It was a little bit blurred. It was a little bit blurred. Brady, need your expert thought here. What do I do? I'm messaging my manager. I'm messaging my manager. What's the timestamp? Chat, we need this stat. This is bad. I just showed a woman's ass. Oh my god. To me, that was blurred. He tried to blur it, but I don't know. Twitch is weird. Nah, if they try to ban me for that, I'm going to be pressed. Watched this on stream. Go to 1350. Shows her ass. Is that TOS? It's blurred. Bro. Fuck! I'm about to message my Twitch rep. Oh, Brady. Oh, Brady. Might have just shown my 600-pound life ass on stream. Fuck. Now I don't want to watch the rest of this, bro. I'm doing another scan. We're good. Yo, editor in the YouTube video, cut that the fuck out. Actually, no, don't cut it out. Blur it more. Blur it more. He did a bad blur. It was a blur. It was a bad blur. Yo, to charity stream, Twitch, please. Please. Thank you.
Bro. I haven't lost any.
Ah! There's another blur. It's good. It's good, bro. See, it's just like vagina out. Everything's there. I'm skipping past that.
Should be around 250 pounds.
Doctor now has a stern word with Penny, claiming that if she doesn't change her ways soon, he will be signing her death certificate. In a wave of newfound motivation, Penny
Alright, where were we, bro? I'm like flustered from that. I just saw it, bro. Fuck. I scanned it twice too. I didn't see it because it was blurred. So in the little image, it was blurred. But still, I would have skipped past it.
Starts her diet at
It's not age restricted. We're good. I'm not worried.
home and continues working with the physical
I'm privating the VOD though. I'm letting you know.
therapist with the goal
This VOD's getting privated.
of attending
It'll be on the VOD channel though.
Liam's graduation in 2 months. As that requires walking, Penny practices
No, dude. Oh my god. I'm freaking out. No, hold up. Bro, I'm saying 1434. He said 1434. Yo, peep that. It's blurred. Holy shit. My manager said you'll be fine. Bro. Oh my god, no way. It was blurred, but still. Nah, dude. It's like, it's blurred, but you know what it is. You know what I mean?
Penny still can't walk.
Chat, I need to finish the video, bro.
And therefore didn't attend Liam's graduation. As the
We're right there.
months roll by, Penny's fast food intake increases, and she begins missing appointments
We're resuming? Yeah, no, we're fucking rolling through this, dude.
yet again. Doctor now grows concerned that Penny is not sticking to her
It's an educational video.
diet, so he sends a
Chat, you guys are learning stuff, right?
nutritionist to meet with her. When meeting with the nutritionist, Penny is immediately combative and deflects any questions that make her accountable for her own actions.
And so what I want to do first is get a little history. What was your motivation for seeking out surgery?
I'm sorry, and don't.
Bro said, yeah, what an overweight genital looks like. Yo, Brady, you think we're good, though? My manager said we're good. He said, you'll be fine, IMO. Okay, word. I'm a private VOD anyway. Oh, fuck.
Take this route if you want, but I find that to be an asinine question.
Okay.
So
Nah, that's what I'm saying, though, dude. That might have been blurred on show. They wouldn't have showed full vag on my 600-pound life.
like the
They might show a butt crack, though.
motivation is obviously to lose weight and regain what it's to get back whatever you haven't had because of it.
When asked why she sought out the weight loss program in the first place, Penny remarks at how stupid a question that is, claiming that it's obviously to lose weight, completely missing the point behind the question. Moving to the kitchen to inspect the food the family are eating, the nutritionist highlights the amount of sugary, processed foods they have, notably all the snacks for young Liam. Instead of listening to her advice, Penny rejects it completely, even
I don't know. I think kids, you should still feed kids healthily, but like, I don't know. I ate ice cream like every other day when I was like 8. Like a little bowl of ice cream every other day and fucking shit. I mean, like, dude, like, I don't know. It was like the enjoyment there. Like, I remember I would look forward to that. Like, that was like similar to how, wow, this is depressing. Similar to how now I look forward to eating like an edible. When I was like 8, I was like, yeah, dude, I get that bowl of ice cream tonight.
telling Liam that
That bowl of ice cream tonight.
she knows what's best for him and not to listen to the nutritionist.
My son, he's not a candy eater, a cookie eater. He's got like set things that he gets a bedtime snack and 1 snack a day.
So we have some cereals here.
They're in there trying to make them throw away your cereal. Mommy said not till you're 18.
Edgar, on the other hand,
Not till you're 18.
is receptive to the nutritionist, asking further questions and even for her recommendations on what to eat. The appointment was a disaster for Penny, as it highlighted just how
Like a 17-year-old can't choose what they want to eat for fucking food. Bro. Motherfuckers could request diets at any age.
much she is willing to argue instead of just taking accountability. Edgar seems to be the one fighting for a better life for his son Liam, so he doesn't turn to food as a coping mechanism just like his mother had done. After missing several more appointments, Dr. Now again has transferred Penny via ambulance to the hospital for an emergency evaluation.
Bro, not another emergency evaluation, dude. I can't.
I'm supposed to retire. My knees hurt.
Penny, hey,
She didn't lose any more weight. I skipped forward a little bit.
really, I try everything.
I
I
know.
don't know how I'm gonna get.
Bro, I don't see anything at 1803. Okay, we're good.
Close to you.
It's a shocking revelation when Dr. Now explains that his other patients, who he operated on at the same time as Penny, have now all dropped to below 250 pounds. There's no one else to blame here but Penny, except she believes she's still a victim. Penny blames Dr. Now for not supporting her enough. She blames the hospital diet, the bypass surgery, even the scale. Everyone and everything but herself. Dr. Now states if she'd applied herself, she'd have as good a chance as anyone to lose the weight.
Like I've just been sucker punched
Yeah, it's a fucking motivation.
again. Why didn't this do what it's supposed to do when I'm doing what I'm supposed to do?
You're not doing what you're supposed to do. You ate an entire bowl of meat where you were making dumplings and then said, I could eat all of these. That's not a part of your diet.
Where's my yellow brick road? Why didn't I get it? Because I'm working hard, Dr. Design. How did it being good?
Penny has to want to lose weight, and she has to want to be able to walk. If she apply herself, she has good chances as anybody else. But I don't see any.
Bro, people gotta stop panning into this shit. There's motherfuckers, I'm not even saying on my 600-pound life, there's motherfuckers that live like this. And they just live for, like, guilt. Like, they live for guilt, and they want people to feel bad for them, right? Somebody got to tell her, I don't care. I don't care. You got to figure it the fuck out, all right? You're not trying. You're saying you're trying. You're not trying. I know you're not trying, all right? Like, somebody needs to just say that to her fucking face, right? Like, even the doctor's just sitting there and, like, listening to her, and then on the camera interview, he's like, she's not trying. He has to say to her face, you're not fucking trying. I know you're not trying. I've seen you not try. You eat like shit. You still don't do anything. You don't do the physical therapy. You say moving your fucking ankles hurts. You got to push yourself. Otherwise, you're going to be in this condition. You're going to die in 5 years. You got to give him a fucking reality check right there.
Any willingness to want to get well.
I don't have it in me to go any further. But
Penny claims that she doesn't have anything left in her to keep pushing, that she's burnt out. It's impossible to understand how she's
Was that blood on that blanket?
come to this conclusion when literally
This video's getting too much for me.
all she's done is lie in bed and eat food. A week later, Penny and Edgar decide to move back to Maryland, where Penny believes that she will be more successful with her
Bro said Maryland.
weight loss journey.
They moved back to Maryland.
Surrounded by her family, but I think you can see what's about to happen. The episode concludes with Penny eating dinner in bed, platefuls of food mounted below her. Doctor now firmly believes that Penny won't change because she's comfortable right where she is. Penny had every chance to turn her life around. Her family supported her, strangers donated to her cause, her husband and son moved across the country halfway through their lives to support her. But none of that was enough for Penny, as she remains angry at the world that no one has lost the weight for her. In Penny's Where Are They Now episode, which takes place a few months after the first episode ends, her attitude has remained the exact same. She reflects on the previous year as a complete waste of time, claiming that she is content with her current weight and that the scale is just a number.
I haven't been on a scale. I don't feel the need to be
Scale's just a number, bro.
on a scale because it doesn't matter.
It's difficult to comprehend her thinking when she's bound to her bed and unable to look after her son properly. Doctor now recounts the reason why Penny failed her treatment.
It was because she couldn't manipulate.
What about Ozempic now? I don't know. Would Ozempic work for her? I feel like people that use Ozempic aren't on my 600-pound life. Like, Ozempic's for people that are like 350 pounds, not 600 pounds.
Manipulate everyone the way she wanted in the hospital.
Penny's
would make her
delusion
not
is
wanna eat.
dangerous, as being bedbound due to morbid obesity comes with a life expectancy of only a few months, let alone years. In a surprising twist in her story, Penny takes to couponing to gain a sense of purpose, explaining that saving $500 is the same as earning $500, which
Nope.
contributes to the household. When the camera pans to the kitchen, shelves
Saving $500, you don't have any money. Yes, you have an excess, but you're not gaining anything. You're still spending money you have to spend money to save the money. You don't just make money.
are filled with cereal and treat boxes beyond measure, the reward of Penny's couponing. She claims she's taken up this hobby to save her family some money, so they can start buying healthier food, which is more expensive. From a glance into the kitchen though, it's pretty clear this isn't the case. Penny's addiction to food has always been about control.
That corn looks fucking disgusting. See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. What is that wet shit that it's sitting in? There's just like a slop. What the fuck is that? It's like butter. Yeah, butter and like corn water. Dump that out.
Main reason why she failed the program and left the hospital. She needs to be in control of what she eats and when she eats it, which is hard to do when she's confined to the four posts of her hospital bed. So instead, Penny uses couponing as a way to control the food that Edgar purchases, claiming that he must buy these
Yo, I'm also saying, I understand she has disability checks. Yo, there are so many work from home jobs now, and they're hard to get, like really hard to get now. But, like, you can't say, I'm at home, I can't work now. Like, there are a lot of people that don't leave their house and have full-time jobs.
certain foods because they're a good deal and it will save them money. All of which is a guise for Penny to get what she wants, while Penny organizes her coupons into neat little...
They patched that. What, Trump? Bro said they patched that like it was a video game. Like it was a video game change.
Files, it's Edgar
Yeah, dude, that was in the 2025 patch.
that has to hunt down the products in several supermarkets, scanning the aisles for these specific brands, as well as hauling the vast amount of coupons to the checkout. He better not forget something either, or he will face the harsh consequences from Penny.
I hate doing this. Couponing.
Yeah, but now they're also going to be motivated to buy more of that stupid shit. Extreme Couponers was another TLC show I would watch. And he's going to go in there and buy fucking 40 things of toothpaste and fucking brownies because that's what we got the coupons for. Like, they never have, like, an array of genuine food. It's always just, like, a weird closet full of, like, we have 45 pounds of beans. My couponing has saved us $135 on the red Gatorades.
I go to so
Only the red ones.
many different stores. It makes the shopping a little more time-consuming. Before, I could pretty much get what I wanted, so now I got to get what's on the list. She approves everything. I can't add like I used to.
As the weeks roll by, Penny has some good moments where she eats a healthy meal, or she gets up from her bed and into her wheelchair, but she then spends the day recovering from the effort she's put in. She claims to be happy and implements small changes every now and then to prove to others that she is making progress and getting better, but it's not progress when you go back to what you're doing just before.
I have a really terrible infection that has caused a wound on my right side. It's so very painful. And I mean, I almost feel like I need to hold it in order to stand, but I use a walker. So it's made that situation very difficult. Right now, feeling like I'm in a setback is very difficult because I had made so much ground.
Stop right there, though.
Penny's delusion develops even further, as despite her making no progress whatsoever, she believes she has, and is entirely happy with her situation. As the episode ends, despite what she says, Penny appears to be gaining even more weight, and losing
Oh my god, she's gaining weight.
even more
I thought she would just stay where she was at least.
mobility, as she only gets out of bed once every 2 months. This is a stark comparison between Dr. Now's final observations of Penny, stating that if she doesn't restart her weight loss program, she'll be very close to death very soon. And if
Yeah, no, dude, she'll die in 5 years. Like, I'm not even trying to be, like, that's not mean, that's not anything. If you're that fat, you're gonna die in 5 years. Like, your heart can only deal with that for so long. That was an interesting video, though. I mean, I hope she fucking gains the motivation to lose the weight. But outside of that, yeah. Look for the 3 to AHA. Can you react to the AMP got talent? It's like 20 minutes ago. WCO for the 420 bet Senate in the video session tab. First time watch, or 3 times on stream. I watch you all the time on YouTube. My favorite creator. Thank you, Adriel, for the 10 to AHA. I don't have a lot of money. That's all I could do. Well, thank you for the 10 to AHA. Chaggy for the 10 to AHA. Giving AHA my money's money, baby, for the 605 bits. What's up, my glorious king? Gabal, MS Pro, and Tone for the sub. Gavin for the 5 to AHA. Been following on Twitch since 2020. W Show. Keep inspiring. Gekume and Peyote for the sub. Or Peyton for the sub. Tug for the 50 to AHA. Lost my father when to a heart attack when I was 3 years old. Rip of the chat. I'm 21. I don't really remember him. But I can't help but wonder how it would be different. How different I would have been growing up with him. Thank you for everything you do. Well, thank you for the 50, man. And I'm sorry for your loss. Clear for the sub, not a raccoon for the 3. On Saturdays, I used to eat pints of ice cream and watch Breaking Bad. Frankie just showing for the 10. What's up, Frankie? Thank you for the 10 to AHA. Hope the stream is awesome so far. Sorry I can't give it any more. Dude, you're good. Got fired again over something incredibly stupid. Well, I'm sorry you got fired, man. That's fucked. Anyways, have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Swift and Frankie for the sub. OG for the 3. Mom just recently died of cancer. Rip of the chat as well. You really helped me stay happy. Thank you, bro. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, man. I hope the mourning process goes well for you and your family. Vors CT and Bacon for the sub. OG for the sub. Zodpod for the 3. Getting so mad at he's literally feeding her. It's making me so mad. Stop feeding her. Pink in for the sub. Sauce for the 3. Hamfred, love the streams. So far, bro. Chaucer, you're the silliest little dude. Hope you say awesome. Thank you. Echory for the sub. Nick for the 3. Chat, know what y'all said. I was conforming my Val clips. There's 2 to 5 at a comp. I was fucking tweaking. I'm trying to get known for mainly my personality gaming, if that makes sense. Thank you for the advice. I'm going to start posting more clips. CCAP for the 10. Suicidal thoughts on my mind a lot. I would never do it. It just stays in my mind all the time. Going to therapy now. Thanks to you and my mom. Well, dude, I hope therapy goes well, and I hope that you start feeling better, man. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that, but suicide is never the answer. God for the 5. I haven't tuned in a while trying to let me get a recap. And it's girls for the sub. Recap for what, dude? It's not a gaming day. Muffin with the 5. Huz Smash also killing people with rocks. Carter for the 5. H18 Advocate, I want to say thank you for doing this. Amazing cause. Means a lot that you're working for the same cause. Micaiah, Falcon for the sub. Sus for the 10. Hydra for the sub. Big for the 25. May fortune favor your endeavors with the gentlest breeze. Thank you for the 25 to HA. Carter and Random for the sub. Hannah for the 5. My great grandpa, William Kennel, got a reward for the research he did relating to AHA. That's dope. Drafted 9P for the sub. Smelly for the 3. Got Chick-fil-A. Set him up for the 10. Hope you don't stop with the 9. I already read that. Poogly for the sub. Baby for the 5. I remember you once in middle school. We went. Yo, I remember me and you went to middle school. We used to practice making out in the boys' locker room. Raccoon for the sub. Lil for the 3. All right. Lock in. Next video. Also, W donations. We are now at $3,131 to AHA. Dub in the fucking chat for that. WR Steel for the Fortune 90 bets. What I put all my words at once. Rizzy got the flu. Keep your head up with your humor and videos. Or helping me keep my head up with your humor and videos. You're really the best, man. Much love. Thank you, and I hope that you feel better, bro. Chat. Rest of the day's React Day. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live at 11:45 a.m. EST because we have Marvel Rivals from noon to 2. Then we have Block Wars from 2 to like 6. Sunday's React Day. Monday, I'm finishing Carry the Glass with Zeusy, and we're going to do another horror game with the guys, maybe some other random shit, horror games, I don't know. Tuesday's a random game, or Tuesday I'm off. Wednesday is random games, and then Repo the horror game. Thursday is the GeoGuessr Twitch Rivals. Friday's Reacts and the new mech suit Titanfall last game. I don't really know the name. I don't really know what it's going to be like yet. I haven't played it yet. Next Saturday, it's not Titanfall, but it's a mech suit game. Next Saturday is the Rivals tourney, and next Sunday's Rivals tourney at 11 a.m. EST. All right, lock in. 9 luckiest people who survived the impossible, number 2. Type locked in.
Submerged in the ice cold.
Bro said short stream. I'm not ending stream. Oh my fucking God. Every time I say my schedule, motherfuckers think I'm ending stream. I'm not ending stream. Exclamation by Discord. Join the Discord if you have any videos you haven't watched, games I didn't play. It's how I find most of the videos that I watch, the games that I play. But it is not the end of the stream. Also, exclamation point AHA if you want to donate. AHA charity stream today, American Heart Association. We still have like a bunch of reacts. I'm still streaming for another like 2.5 hours. Maybe 3 hours. Lock in. Next video. 9 luckiest people who survived the impossible.
Fully submerged in the ice-cold water, under a thick layer of ice. But still conscious, the skier's body temperature dropped to a record low of below 14 degrees Celsius. The woman had no chance.
How the fuck did that happen? Fell head first? Into ice?
Of survival.
Like, if the ice broke, you would fall feet first. Suplexed? I mean, maybe if she tripped. You couldn't trip. If she slept, fell backwards.
But suddenly,
caught herself.
Pulse got going again. In this video, I'll share 8 incredible survival stories that are hard to believe. Viewer discretion is advised. A British parachuting instructor, Michael Holmes, was preparing for his 3rd jump in a day. He double-checked his gear and had his colleagues recheck it for him. Michael had around 7,000 successful jumps under his belt. On that day, in 2006, the instructor was supposed to film a tandem flight over the New Zealand
2006. I love the AI voices.
Town of Taupo. When the plane reached an altitude of 4,600 meters, the skydivers jumped. Michael circled the tandem couple to take the best photos and then opened his parachute. However, instead of a steady descent, the man...
Yo, full panic. I'm saying that right now. I don't know if I would ever go parachuting or skydiving because of the fear that I would be one of the however many... Like, what are the odds that your parachute doesn't work? I know they have backups. What are the odds your parachute won't or doesn't open? 1 in every 1,000 parachutes does not operate correctly, or not necessarily like entirely wrong, but not at 100% efficiency. That's still enough for me, dude. 1 out of 1,000 gets fucked up. Yeah, then you have a backup. What if you're one of the guys that has both of them get fucked up?
Got caught up in a violent swirl. His main parachute got tangled and wouldn't open. So, the man detached it to open the extra one. Its canopy wouldn't detach for some reason, though, and Holmes continued falling. He wanted to cut off the suspension lines with
Oh my God, this is real footage. How do you even have the wherewithal to start functionally trying to fix your parachute while you're falling to your death and spinning in circles? Like, you're so disoriented and you're trying to, like, fix your parachute so you don't die.
He wouldn't detach for some reason, though, and Holmes continued falling. He wanted to cut off the suspension lines with a knife, but was unable to raise his arms due to the
Like, he looks like he's about to smack the ground.
speed of the fall. Michael barely managed to look at his altimeter and realized he was done for.
Bye.
6 more seconds.
Oh my God. Yo, we actually, well, he didn't die, but we basically just witnessed. I've always wondered, like, people that have these horrific accidents, like, what do they say? This guy just genuinely had the realization, like, oh, I'm going to die.
Altimeter and realized he was done for.
Bye.
Wow.
6 more seconds passed, and Michael Holmes hit the ground. But when
And didn't die?
Michael's friend landed nearby, he saw Holmes lying in a blackberry bush, fully conscious. The man was immediately taken to the hospital, where he was diagnosed.
Well, because his parachute was still semi-open. So it wasn't like he was just free falling, you know? Like, he was somewhat, like, slowing down his descent. Then he lands in a soft bush.
Diagnosed with a crushed left foot and ankle, on which he landed.
That's it? Oh, I thought they were gonna say his whole body got shattered.
As well as broken ribs and a punctured lung. But
that's still not that bad. Like, you could break your rib cage giving somebody CPR.
if Michael had fallen directly onto the ground or into the water from such a height, he would have most likely died on the spot.
Oh, I would have been cooked. I would have aimed for the water. I know water's like concrete, but I would have thought surely the water's a better alternative. I would have gone for the water there.
It was a coincidence that saved his life. But no bush will save you if you've...
This isn't Minecraft. Yeah, I go, oh, thank God I have a water bucket in my inventory. Oh, wait. I take out my water bottle. I pour it out under me. This will save me.
Crashed inside an active volcano. In November of 1992, cinema...
Oh. Sorry, I'm sick.
Photographers Michael Benson and Chris Duddy went to film a volcanic cone named Pu'u'o'o on the Hawaiian Islands. One of Hollywood's best pilots, Craig Hosking, agreed to take them to the mouth of an active volcano. But the moment they approached the crater, the helicopter started falling right into the volcano. Everyone on board was preparing to die. However, by some miracle, the helicopter didn't end up plunging into the fiery lava. Instead, it fell onto the hard ground.
I mean, wouldn't it be that hot? If you fell into the middle of a volcano, wouldn't it be the air be so fucked and it be so hot that you would die anyway? How do you live this? How do you survive the crash, let alone just having to stand here and wait for somebody to rescue you?
Fiery lava. Instead, it fell onto the hard ground. Moreover, the people remained virtually intact in the air crash.
Wow.
The scene of the disaster turned out to be located in the very spot where fresh air was flowing into the crater.
Yo, these guys only get winner's queue in video games. This is just, what is the luck here? What is the luck here? You crash into a volcano in a helicopter, a feat everyone else would die from. You crash, don't die on impact. Step out of the rock, or step out of the fucking helicopter, and you're just on a rock, and you're able to breathe.
Otherwise, the men would have choked on the poisonous gases produced by the volcano. These coincidences saved their lives. Apart from that, they were only 90 meters below the crater top, so things didn't seem that bad. It was an illusion, however. When the men tried to climb the slope, they got badly injured by the spiky hot stones. Moreover, the lightest touch made the stones shift, so the people were at risk of falling into the boiling lava every second. The thick...
I'm just staying there until they come get me. What? Oh, but then what if it starts, like, the lava starts spurting and shit?
Gases and vapors stopped the men from seeing anything, so they soon lost track of each other. Pilot Craig Hosking miraculously managed to get back to the crashed helicopter and call for rescuers. The rescue team, in its turn, was just as lucky to notice...
The rescue team crashes in the same spot. Imagine. Rescue team Oh shit, we're going down too. Crashes right next to the other helicopter. Now there's just like 7 people in the middle of the volcano, and they're like, do we call for help again? Do we give it another try?
And picked the pilot up on the same day. Benson and Duddy, on the other hand, were stuck on the wall and spent the following night in agony, listening to the sounds of lava boiling at
all night,
1,000 degrees Celsius beneath them. On the following morning, Chris Duddy dared to climb higher, but Michael Benson deemed it too dangerous and stayed where he was. A few hours later, something like a human body swooshed past him and fell into the lava. The man got overtaken by despair. He was barely holding on upon a tiny ledge, convinced that his friends had died and that he was going to follow suit. Benson spent 2 days without food in the pouring rain. When the man felt he just couldn't go on anymore, a rescue...
What happened to the other helicopter? Was I not paying attention?
Benson and Duddy called for rescuers. The rescue team, in its turn, was just as lucky to notice and pick the pilot up on the same day. Benson and Duddy, on the other...
They picked up the pilot and left the other 2?
Go on anymore. A rescue net suddenly appeared near him, lowered from a helicopter. Moreover, Benson was told that all his friends were alive. The thing that flew past him the day before was a rescue package thrown from a helicopter.
Nah, I'd be fucking fist fighting that motherfucker that got saved. If it's me and 2 other people I know and one of my boys gets saved and I'm just up there, I make it out alive. Second I see him, I'm fucking flooring his ass. I'm like, dude, you left me.
Chris Duddy had safely climbed
out. But, you know, if you're in the exact situation, you're like, I don't even know where they are, bro. Because they're halfway up the fucking rock wall. You're like, they can't climb back down.
Out of the volcano 27 hours after the crash. So,
like, what is he going to do staying down there? That's a fair point. I would make that realization after I punched him in the face. And then I'd be like, I'm sorry. That was rude of me.
It turns out that a string of coincidences can save your life, even when the laws of physics are stacked against you. A worker from England managed to win a battle against a machine that even the Terminator would have lost. On the day before Christmas, 2008, a man named Matthew Lowe was working his factory
Why is it always the early 2000s when shit was just crazy?
Shift. He was passing by an automized conveyor belt when he noticed his overalls get caught on something. Then, a horrible thing happened. Lowe fell onto the
is he gonna start crushing him?
Conveyor belt, which started pulling him toward a 13-centimeter opening in a structure. In just a few seconds, the man's entire body disappeared into the narrow tunnel. Only his head remained outside on the other side of the machine. The only thing Matthew had the time to do was to hear the cracking of his bones and think this was the end for him. The machine spewed.
And what do you, yo, you're not even thinking this is the end for me. Are you thinking that? Yeah, no, you're probably going, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Oh my God, that hurts. I'm gonna die. Like, those are the only thoughts that, what else is going through your head? I think it's different. It's the way, if you know it's a, like, that's a situation where it's like, you're probably gonna die. But if it's like a car crash, it literally just might be like, oh, fuck. And then you're dead. You know? Like if you spin out on a highway, you're not like, you're not in your head in that 5 seconds going, I'm going to die. You're probably just like, oh shit, dead.
His broken body out on the other side, but the man remained conscious.
You wouldn't even have time for that? That's fair. Well, it depends if you're like spinning out on like a rainy road or if you just had like a head-on collision or some shit.
Then, the horrific...
Like, that's what's so sad about car crashes, too. Because, like, if somebody blows a stop sign and you just hit them or they hit you, you just, like, instantly die. Like, you literally could be thinking about what you're going to eat that night, and then you're just dead. Like, it's not... there's no wherewithal for you to think about, like, oh, my God, I need to confront the fact that this is it.
Pain kicked in, and Matthew started screaming. When the other workers ran into the room, they froze with terror. Lowe's back was broken in 2 places. His pelvis, ribs, and both hips were almost completely crushed, and the abdomen, with the internal organs, was torn. Matthew was immediately taken to the
How did he not die?
Hospital, and his partner was advised to prepare for the worst. However, despite all the doctor's predictions, Lowe fought for his life spending a month at the hospital and going through 6 surgeries. The surgeons literally stitched the man's body back together, and in just 18 months, Matthew could return to work, although he was transferred to a different position.
Yo, it's honestly crazy that surgeons today are capable of saving people from, like, genuinely tragic situations like that. Like, if you were alive 200 years ago and you, like, fucked up your leg bad, you might die. I mean, like, I'm saying, like, crush it. Like, you're, like, if you don't get immediately help, like, you're getting murdered.
The only things reminding him of the catastrophe are the weakness in his right arm and occasional panic attacks. Lowe's story fully deserves to be recreated in a sci-fi movie. Regarding a case that happened to Stephen McCormick, it already happened on screen. On May 21st, 2011, in the town of Opatiki, New Zealand, Mr. McCormick, an experienced driver, was tinkering with his truck. He was right between the car's bumper and a trailer when he slipped and fell. But instead of regular pain, he felt his body blow up like a balloon, getting twice as big. The man's colleagues and his grown-up son came trailer when he slipped and fell. But instead of regular pain, he felt his body blow up like a balloon, getting twice as big. The man's colleagues and his grown-up son came running when they heard his screams. As it turned out, McCormick had fallen
Oh my God, he fell on like an air compressor.
Onto a brass valve that supplied compressed air to the car's brakes. It punctured the man's buttock, and the pressurized gas entered.
Wait, it went up his butthole? Or it just punctured his butt? It did not go up his ass. There's no way it went up his butt.
His body. McCormick's colleagues managed to cut off the air supply and lay the man on the ground. However, as it turned out, the only 2 emergency cars were busy, and Stephen had to spend an entire hour waiting for the medics. When the man got to the hospital, it became clear that the air had separated the fat tissue from the muscles and filled the entire...
It had to have gone up his butt. Because if it just punctured your... If it just punctured, like, your butt muscle, it blowing air wouldn't do anything.
Air space in the abdomen, the chest, around the lungs and the heart, and even behind Stephen's eyelids. The doctors had to push a hose between the ribs right to the lungs.
How long was he sitting on it?
So that the man would be able to breathe. The air in his body had to go out the natural way, which took 3 days. After this, McCormick was discharged from the hospital completely healthy, and the only reminder of the incident was a puncture in his buttock. The doctor...
What a story that is, though. Maybe it wasn't his butt muscle. What a story that is. Yeah, I fucking fell on an air compressor and it almost fucking killed me. It started blowing up my body like I was a balloon. No one would believe you. Literally. If you told that story, people would go, you're fucking lying, dude.
Doctors noted that if the valve had hit any
like
other...
that literally sounds like a Looney Tune, like a Looney Tune characteristic. Like you're watching a cartoon from 1995, Tom and Jerry.
Their body part, it could have damaged a blood vessel, and then Stephen McCormick would have died. The man was saved by a total coincidence and couldn't have influenced the situation in any way. A tourist from Australia, on the other hand, had to decide whether he'd fight for his own life or not.
Well, this shit's just stupid, okay? This guy is free climbing on top of a mountain. Each ledge is imminent death, and he's tiptoeing on like a little rock wall of like loose rock. This is just stupid.
From Australia, on the other hand, had to decide whether he'd fight for his own life or not. On a Sunday morning in September of 2019, a 54-year-old man went on a short hike to Mount Nebo near Brisbane, Australia. Neil Parker was a seasoned member of the Brisbane Bushwalkers Club and took all the necessary gear with him. Moreover, he'd repeatedly walked that same route, so the thought of telling anyone where he was going didn't even cross his mind. 1 hour and 40 minutes into his hike, he had already started a familiar ascent onto the mountain near a waterfall. Yet,
I love hiking, but I don't like the extreme hiking that this is. And my fear, whenever I go hiking, I'm not like, oh, I'm going to fall off the mountain. I'm always worried that a bear is going to come out of nowhere and maul me. And that's how I'll die. I'm never just like, oh, yeah, let me climb this waterfall or whatever I'm doing.
For some reason, the normally reliable...
You got to stay strapped. You got to bring a gun. One time my friend had bear mace and a gun, and I was like chilling. Like, no part of me was nervous. I was like, yo, he'll lay that motherfucker out if he comes charging my way. But one time there was three or four of us, and it was one. I think I might have told this story. And we were on a walk in northern Pennsylvania where there's a lot of bears, and my friend is a D1 wrestler, and he's a big guy. He's like 220. He could probably fucking kill me in 10 seconds if he needed to. And he was like, dude, we kill a bear. So serious. So serious. He was not joking. Like, stone cold face. He's like, we kill a bear. There's 3 of us. I was like, no, we don't. No, we don't. I said there could be 9 of us, and we don't kill the bear. We have no weapons. We have, maybe if we had knives, if all 9 of us had, if we had like 9 people and knives, we might kill a bear. But 3 of us, 3 people barehanded, we kill a bear. No, it kills one of us in 2 seconds. Claws, knocks me the fuck out. Right? Then it's going to latch onto your neck. You're dead. Right? And then it just takes out the other guy. Maybe 9 people barehanded kill a black bear. But a big grizzly bear? No. That thing weighs like 1,000 pounds. He was trying to tell me, he's like, I'd get on its back. Like he was wrestling. He's like, I'd get on its back and grab its neck. I'm like, dude, its neck's this big. You're gonna choke out a bear. You're gonna choke out a bear. You thought that too? Yeah, I know. And then I stopped thinking that because of how stupid it is. Because you're never gonna be able to do that. You're not gonna choke out a bear.
Reliable rocks.
You tame it. I look at it in its eyes, right? I'm one with nature, so the bear comes to maul me. It's hauling ass my way. I go. And then it sits down. And it goes. Brr. And then I give it a hug. Like he's Winnie the Pooh. And then we part ways. You know what's crazy is there's people that actually think they can do that. You remember we watched that one? There's like nature people. I don't know what to call them because there's no specific name for them. There's people that genuinely think they're like so one with nature and like the earth in general that an angry bear would not kill them. And they would look at it in the eyes, and before it kills before it kills you, it just goes, wait. And the bear becomes conscious.
Suddenly started shifting under Neil Parker's.
There's so many instances of that happening. No, there's a lot of instances of people scaring bears away or them being curious, right? Not all bears will immediately kill you. But if you're in a situation, no matter who you're with, if you are threatening a grizzly bear's cubs, it will kill you. It will kill you. It doesn't matter if you look nice or you think you're one with the grass, right? It's not gonna fucking look at you and go, oh no, you're peaceful.
Feet, and he plunged downward. The man fell 6 meters into a shallow creek.
Especially predators. They're like, when people are like, oh yeah, oh, you put me, like the people that are like, I'm one with nature. Let me put you in the fucking African Sahara and you go walk up to a fucking lion and see how nice it is. And show that you mean no harm. Or you go, or make yourself look big and it's not going to kill you.
Snapping his left leg in half above the ankle and crushing his left wrist. Neil tried.
I wasn't paying attention. I need to lock back in.
And he plunged downward.
Okay, so he fell off the waterfall.
The man fell 6 meters into a shallow creek, snapping his left leg in half above the ankle and crushing his left wrist. Neil tried to get his cell phone out of his pocket, but it slipped into the water. Then Parker realized he could neither call for help nor expect to be searched for. His only option was to get out himself. Neil used his hiking poles to splint his leg and started crawling. It was so hard, however, that he had to rest after every meter he conquered. Yep.
You know the most fucked thing that somebody had to go through that they survived? Who was that one dude that got his arm stuck between a rock and a canyon and he had to saw his own arm off? Y'all think you could do that? Yeah, 72 hours. It wasn't actually James Franco. It was somebody else. James Franco just played the actor that of the guy that actually had to go through that. I don't know, man. Life or death, you might be able to. But it was like, wasn't it with like a pocket knife or something? Saw through your bone? Sawing through the flesh is one thing. Sawing through the bone, dull knife, just... No. That's a slow process.
Parker continued crawling.
That's different from, like, you getting somebody with an axe to go just chop it off, and it's 2 whacks.
Stopping from time to time to eat something and take painkillers. Only 2 days later, on Monday, when Neil Parker didn't show up at work, the search operation began. By some miracle, someone recalled the man mentioning his plan of going to the mountains. But a helicopter wasn't dispatched until Tuesday morning. Quite soon, the rescuers noticed a man in a creek bed. He was waving something colorful over his head. As it turned out, not only did Neil Parker survive, he'd also climbed for over 3 kilometers from the spot where he'd fallen. He was hoisted aboard the helicopter and transported to the hospital. The doctors admitted that making a splint out of hiking poles was a genius idea. Here's what I think. Neil Parker's situation was horrible, but he had immense experience, food, and painkillers. 28-year-old James Grimes...
Painkillers clutch. Painkillers clutch. Why do you just have that in your bag, though? Who just carry... Like, are we talking, like, painkillers like this motherfucker had Advil? Or he had painkillers like he had... like, Oxycontin in his fucking bag.
On the other hand, had to get out of a similar plight without even firm ground under his feet. On November 23rd, 2022...
He was 54? Yeah, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Are you trying to say that 54-year-olds just have painkillers? Just because you're 50 doesn't mean you're in so much pain that he's old. No. Some of you guys are disconnected from society right now. Do some of you guys genuinely believe that, like, all 50-year-olds just carry around, like, painkillers? That's not a thing. Even, like, 80-year-olds, you don't just carry... In a hiking bag, you don't just have, like, Percocets on you. He's old, so yes. You guys are something else.
A man got aboard a cruise liner in New Orleans to celebrate the upcoming Thanksgiving. After sundown, James had a few cocktails and decided to go to the bathroom. The next moment,
did he fall overboard?
The man regained consciousness only to find himself in the boundless waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Grimes started panicking. He couldn't recall falling off the ship.
Oh my God, he was blackout drunk. That is horrifying. No. He was so drunk, his memory was gone, and then the cold water flashed him back into consciousness, and he just wakes up in the fucking middle of the ocean. It's Gulf of Mexico, chat. I will forever refer to it as the Gulf of Mexico.
And didn't know what to do. At first,
not doing that shit. It's like how I call X Twitter. It's still Twitter.
First, the man hoped his absence would get noticed soon, and the line would come back to get him. But after spending the entire night in the water, he realized it wouldn't happen.
Getting a hangover? Come down from being that drunk?
During that time, a large group of jellyfish badly stung James's body. And when the sun rose, new trials awaited Grimes. He noticed a fin nearby and went pale with terror. A shark was approaching.
No! Oh my God. Stop. I thought he said fin like a fucking flipper in the water, and that was going to help him swim. Like a scuba diver lost a flipper. Get the fuck out of here. You saw a shark?
Him. Then something touched his foot. He kicked it hard, held his breath, and prepared to die. But nothing happened. And the shark, if it was one, never returned. Suddenly, James saw 2 ships on the horizon. He swam toward them for hours.
Nah, dude. Oh my God. This is making me genuinely, like, if I ever go on a cruise, I'm not getting that drunk. That's so scary. You get so fucked up that you're blackout drunk. When you're blackout drunk, for the people that don't know, the part of your brain, like, you still function normally. I mean, obviously you're way under the influence, but the part of your brain that has, like, memory turns off, And so you'll kind of like, it'll be gray out or blackout. Sometimes when you're blackout, you won't remember like, say, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. And then you fucking fall asleep, wake up the next day. You're like, I don't remember what happened. Or you gray out, which is where you're so drunk that like you kind of phase in and out of remembering things. He was blackout drunk, so he was just gone, right? He's still functioning as him, but he's not going to remember anything. So he probably didn't remember 2 hours. He probably remembered being at a bar, and then he just teleported to being in the ocean.
Thinking of his 9-year-old daughter.
Like Severance.
And coming up with songs for her. All the while,
You're on autopilot? You were gray out on a cruise, right? I never went on a cruise before. I've blacked out very rarely. I've grayed out before, and it's so scary. It's so scary to think that you're like consciously still existing, but you have no recollection of any of it. Like, I will always remember generally outside of the time I got roofied, I'll always remember up until I like yak, and then I throw up and I don't remember anything after that. Like, that's usually when I like piss in my drawer or something. I'm not doing the roofie story again, chat. I'm not going through this. I got roofied in Barstool Sports in Philadelphia. I drank one of Brooke's friend's drinks she got from a guy. And I remember going, yeah, I'll take that vodka pineapple. Sipped it down. Look at my phone. I go, it's only midnight. Woke up next day. I remember peeing on the wall outside of Barstool Sports and throwing up. And that's it. And I only had like 6 drinks that night, which is like enough to get me drunk. But like the night in St. Martin where I was fucking hammered, I probably had like fucking 15, 20 drinks. Like I drank a lot. Yeah. So now I wasn't on an empty stomach or anything. Saved the life. Yeah. No. Was she okay? Yeah. She drank half of it. And then she was like, I don't want the rest of it. Gave it to me. And she was like crying in the bathroom. She was like, I feel weird. And then we ended up leaving. But I ordered, I remember, like drinking it. And then I remember getting in the Uber too. I remember peeing on the wall, getting in the Uber and throwing up. And that's it. So like I only had half of it. So I guess it didn't really like fuck with me that much. But I was definitely not just drunk. There was something, I don't know if it was Rufinol. There was something in that drink that like made me not remember a lot. And I had like mood swings, Brooke was saying. I was like freaking out.
Ruthless sun was burning Grimes' skin. And when James had already spent 20 hours in the water.
Bro's a bad influence on Brooke. What the fuck are you talking about? That had nothing to do with me. What? Bad influence on Brooke. We just went to a bar. Her friend, some guy tried to roofie her friend, and then I ended up tanking half the roofie.
And was losing hope of ever seeing his family again. A life.
And then one of the other women we were with that night, the next day, like slept at a different like apartment or whatever, and texted our group, and she was like, I think I got roofied that night. And we hadn't even mentioned it to her yet, and we were like, dude, no way. And so there was some guy at that bar that was just spiking drinks. I don't know who it was, but...
Flying landed near him. The man used all of his remaining energy to try and grab it, but the mighty waves did not allow him to. Eventually, a Coast Guard helicopter started circling over James, and rescuers took hold of him. One of them noticed that Grimes had 1 minute at most before dying of hypothermia in the ice-cold water. But I don't think this is the most...
Dying of hypothermia? The water was that cold?
It's an incredible story in this video. Do you believe it's possible to get caught in a storm at a cruising altitude and survive? On February 14th, 2007...
It's ocean water? Well, even if it's the summer, it wouldn't be that cold. I don't know what time of year it was.
In the small Australian town of Manila, a world skydiving champion, Eva Wisniewska, was preparing to defend her title for the nth time.
Alcohol warmed him up? That does the opposite. Alcohol makes you feel warmer, but it'll actually kill you quicker. If you're drunk in this, if you have some guy sober in the snow and some guy drunk in the snow, the guy that's drunk will die of hypothermia first, even if he feels warmer.
The sky was absolutely clear that day, despite forecasts of a violent storm. However, when the woman took to the sky, the weather quickly deteriorated and clouds appeared around her. Eva directed her paraglider under one of them when suddenly she felt a fierce, invisible force get a hold of her. At a speed of 20 meters...
You're wrong, the Titanic, Chief. You might not feel or react. The one thing I'll say is if you're drunk, you might not react to the cold as differently. But if you're drunk, will you die of hypothermia quicker? People who are drunk are at a significant risk of hypothermia if they're outside in cold weather, as it increases the rate of heat loss. Slows your metabolism and internal heat generation.
Meters per second, the woman was flying upward, right into the storm's epicenter. This is a natural phenomenon called cloud suck, when the warm air from beneath suddenly...
Thoughts on the Bonnie Blue 1,000 Men? We watched the 100 Men one. We gotta lock back into this video. We watched the 100 Men one. Did they have a video of the 1,000 men in 24 hours? Is there a documentary on that one? We watched the 100 Men one. Was it the same woman or a different person? She got pregnant. Well, that'll be a fun episode of Who's the Father.
Suddenly rises to the cold air. First, Eva only saw lightning bolts around her, and then she was completely covered by the pitch black darkness. The abrupt pressure change caused the woman to go unconscious. She couldn't feel the hail hit her while the 50-degree frost was covering her skin with ice. In the end, Eva was sucked onto almost the cruising altitude of a jet plane, 9,947 meters. There's so little oxygen there that the human body starts literally dying cell by cell. For Eva, this meant almost 100% certainty of death. Yet, almost an hour later, the woman came around and realized she was now hurtling toward death on a paraglider that was out of control.
So she passed out. She passed out in a glider in the middle of a cold air area. And then just woke up and was like, oh, I'm falling to my death.
At some point, Eva's descent speed reached 33 meters per second. But suddenly, the fall slowed down, and the athlete managed to land only 60 kilometers away from where she'd started. The woman's entire body was covered in bruises from the hail, and she had severe
What? She was getting hailed on in the sky?
Frostbite on her face, ears, and extremities. Wisniewska's survival has been compared to winning the lottery 10 times in a row. It was nothing short of a miracle. However, I've saved the most incredible story.
Yo, Rusty, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifteds, bro. Anonymous for the 10 to HA. Corbin and Taz for the sub. Anonymous for the 5 to HA. Can he get the pen? I actually don't have a cart right now. I gave it to my friend because I don't really hit carts anymore. I could do an edible later, maybe. Wowsy for the sub. Gray for the sub. Dummy for the sub. Tyler for the 3. Didn't a guy live in bear territory and filmed them all the time? Ended up getting eaten alive by a grizzly? I don't know who you're talking about. Emberto for the sub. Vitals, thank you for the fucking raid. W raid. Love for the sub. Oxteny for the 890 to HA. Got some left over money. What is going to donate? Might as well donate to something better. Dub. Joe for the sub. Anonymous for the 10 to HA. Wood Hunter and Unbreakable for the sub. That one kid for the 3. We Still for the 7. Final paycheck because my paycheck's small this week and more for you next week. Still watching. Can't donate anymore. Dude, you don't have to donate. It's entirely up to you, man. Dumb for the sub. Anonymous for the 5. Want to say thank you for spreading awareness about mental health. Lost my grandfather to suicide shortly before I was born. Rip in the chat. Never got the chance to meet him. Didn't learn much about why it was difficult. Didn't learn much about why because it was a bit difficult to talk about until I discovered you. Well, thank you for the 5. And I'm sorry that you're going through that, man. And that your family had to deal with that as well. Steven Diebs for the sub. Dylan for the 1. I know it's not a lot. It's all I got. Well, thank you, man. W Steele for the 490 bits. You're really the best. Much love. I think I already read that. Poogly and for the sub. D-Man for the sub. X-Rubber for the 3. Says, I love carts.
For the very end. Not even doctors can explain how...
What's a dab? You don't smoke anymore? No. I mean, I still smoke, like, at event stuff. Like, the other day, I was with my friends. I smoked a joint. But I don't casually smoke weed anymore. I still get high. I just eat edibles or do THC drinks. I don't like smoking. It makes me... it's bad. It's bad for your lungs. Is the main reason. I don't have a problem with edibles. You just do edibles now? Edibles and THC drinks. Primarily. I'll still hit like a bong here and there if I'm with my friends or something, but I don't really like just casually hit a cart. Like 420 I will though. Like when we do the 420 stream, I'll buy like an eighth of weed. Do like a bong or fucking joint fucking stream or whatever. Any side effects of them? Edibles? God, you can't get me on an edible rant right now. Side effects? I mean, edibles aren't for everybody. I don't want to go into that right now. You got to research the risks. If you're going to get into edibles, make sure you're 21, it's legal in your state, and get into the fucking risks of using that shit, right? Like, when I'm doing, like, I have an edible, I actually have them right here. Like, this company's sponsoring me soon. 5, they make, like, Delta 9 and CBD drinks and gummies. But, like, when I do the sponsor, I say, like, fucking 5 times in it. Like, understand the risks, right? Like, research it. You have to be 21 to buy it. Like, research, like, get it before you get into it, right? If you don't already use marijuana, like, you have to understand how much, you know, you're getting into. Weed is bad for brain development. Yeah, that's why if you're, like, a teenager, you're not supposed to use weed. But when you're 21, you could say the same thing about alcohol or, like, anything for that matter.
Anna Bogenholm managed to come back to life. In May of 1999, a Swedish radiologist was skiing in the mountains.
All right, lock in. Is it Delta 9 fake chemical grown weed? No. Delta 9 hemp is basically like a legality clause which within the United States that enables states that don't have weed legalized to sell marijuana because of where it's on the carbon ring. It's where one of the molecules is. It's the same thing with like salvia. There's a lot of clauses within the United States drug laws. It's not Delta 9. It is Delta 9 because this is Delta 9. It's U.S. grown hemp and Delta 9. But it's how much by dry weight. They basically get through it because there's a certain legality of dry weight THC that you're allowed to have within a product.
Mountains near Nervik.
What about Delta 8? Delta 8 is generally what they sell at dispensaries, right? I don't know. But you guys confuse me with that shit because I thought I had it understood, and I thought Delta 8 was med dispensary shit and like homegrown weed, and I thought Delta 9 was like differently strain picked, and it's like more specific stuff. But then you guys got me through a fucking loop with that.
In Norway. She was an experienced skier.
Delta 9 is the natural chemical. Well, yeah, then these are they're hemp gummies. They're natural grown gummies. They're like U.S. not factory, but the U.S. farm grown hemp.
Had been on those.
Oh my God, can we lock back into the fucking video and stop talking about the different fucking Delta fucking molecules in weed right now?
Slopes multiple times before, and was accompanied by.
How do you know about this? Because I'm a fucking stoner. I'm a pothead. And I also took a fucking herbal psychopharmacology class in college a year ago.
By her 2 colleagues. Yet none of this spared her from a tragic coincidence. On that day, Anna lost control of her skis and fell. The woman landed on her back in a frozen.
Oh my God, I want to rewind. You guys are pissing me off. Stop. Lock in. It's really my fault, though, because I keep reading the chats and interacting.
Bogenholm managed to come back to life. In May of 1999, a Swedish radiologist was skiing in the mountains near Nervik in Norway. She was an experienced skier.
Then don't read chat. I can't resist. Stop.
Had been on those slopes multiple times before, and was accompanied by her 2 colleagues. Yet none of this spared her from a tragic coincidence. On that day, Anna lost control of her skis and fell. The woman landed on her back in a frozen.
Yo, okay, not even before we get to this, falling with your skis locked in is so scary because you're tumbling, but you have these wide ass fucking legs on your skis. And I'm always worried when I go skiing because I don't snowboard that when I fall, my legs are gonna twist and it's just gonna snap my fucking legs. Like if the ski doesn't disconnect when they fall off depending on how tight you have them. That's why when you go skiing, they say, are you a beginner, are you intermediate, or expert? Because it's how tight your skis are going to be. So if you fall, like, they'll rip off, right? If you have beginner skis, they'll fly off. But if you're an expert skier, they just won't fall off a lot of the time because you're just not really falling.
stream, broke 20 centimeters of ice with her head, and her entire body sank into the water. Only
She would have to be unconscious.
Baggenholm's feet and skis remained above the surface. Anna's colleagues immediately rushed to help her, but failed to get the woman out of her ice trap. So they called the rescuers. Panicked, Baggenholm was
called the rescuers? Brother, her head's underwater right now. Yeah, why don't we give a ring to the fucking rescuers? Like, that's gonna fucking do anything.
thrashing against the ice.
Yeah, we'll be there in fucking 30 minutes.
When suddenly she managed to find an air pocket nearby and start breathing again. She spent
an air pocket in the ice?
40 minutes like that, fully conscious and awaiting rescue. However, she never managed to see it. She passed out, and her colleagues were unable to tell whether Anna was still alive. Yet the rescuers took another 40 minutes to get the woman out of the water. So, she had no chance of survival. When Baggenholm was brought to the hospital, her body temperature had hit a new record low in the history of medicine, 13.7 degrees Celsius.
56 degrees, and she was alive?
A few hours.
That's insane, dude. Some of her organs had to have died.
The doctors spent trying to resuscitate the woman yielded no results. However, in the cold country of Norway, medical practitioners have a rule: to warm the patient up before declaring their death. So, a team of over 100 specialists worked in shifts for 9 hours, trying to bring Anna's body temperature back to normal, when suddenly, her pulse reappeared.
How do they bring your body temp back? Like, that might be a stupid question. Like, I would genuinely be like, we need to get a bunch of space heaters.
This seemed absolutely
bunch of blankets.
Impossible. But the doctors weren't too quick to be optimistic. Baggenholm,
I mean, if she had a pulse, they would know that she's not dead.
Had been dead for too long, and the human brain experiences irreversible damage after 20 minutes without oxygen at the longest. However, Anna spent the following 35 days connected to a ventilator and regained consciousness. It's incredible, but no damage was found in her brain. Yet the woman was paralyzed below her neck. 29-year-old Anna was aghast at the idea of spending the rest of her life bedridden and was very angry with the doctors for having saved her at all. However, after another month in intensive care and lengthy rehabilitation...
Yeah, that's why you have to write that shit in your will. You have to write that shit in your will. When you get, like, once you, like, not even when you turn 18, once you start, like, living alone and shit, it's not even a will. It's more so you have, like, rules for, like, do not resuscitate. Like, if I was in that scenario, I have it written in where you just kill me. Just let me die. Like, you go through these boxes, and it's like, if they can bring you back, but you're going to be in, like, a vegetative state, kill me. Kill me. I literally had to check. I remember going through boxes. That's a thing? Yeah. No, if I have it so if I'm ever in a medical situation where they could keep me alive, but I'll be, like, permanently paralyzed and on, like, feeding tubes and shit to just fucking kill me. At that point, you're just thinking of quality of life, right? Or, like, when you could also be somebody's emergency, not even emergency contact, but you might be their power of attorney when you're older. This is like, you're going to be doing this for your parents when your parents are fucking old as shit, or your sibling or something. If they're on, like if they're in a persistent vegetative state and they're only being kept alive by machines, you're the one that chooses whether or not to pull the plug. And sometimes it's up to that person, but other people have it written in on whether or not you keep them on a machine or not.
Anna Baggenholm had an almost complete...
Like my, like if you have your grandparents, like me right now, if I get fucking in a car crash and my heart stops, they're supposed to resuscitate me. And anybody will, like any EMT will, because they're not obviously going through that. But say I'm in a hospital, my heart stops, yes, resuscitate me. But when you're, like, old, most of your grandparents, not most, but a lot of your grandparents might have it. So if their heart stops, don't try and bring them back. Like, they'll have it written in, like, don't even do the clear, like, just let them die.
Recovery. Most people who go through hypothermia don't survive, even if doctors manage to...
Well, do not resuscitate, but... you can have DNR in it's not just do not resuscitate, it's do not resuscitate in specific situations. Like, you have to go down each of them to, like, it's not just never bring me back. It's bring me back here, but not here, and here, but not here.
Get their heart going again. What happened to Anna is a medical
We had my grandma set up with a DNR. She suffered almost 20 years of pain because of her car accident. Yeah.
miracle. I've told you so many
Did she ever regain, like, her, like, bodily movement, or was she just fully paralyzed forever?
hypothermia don't survive, even if doctors manage to get their heart going again. What happened to Anna is a medical miracle. I've told you so
It showed her standing. Well, that was a different woman there than the woman that was in the hospital bed.
many stories like this.
How did she start moving again if she was fully paralyzed? Something beautiful about being saved by Blackberry Bush. Simple, yet made all the difference. Man went through the crushing pulverizer, literally had a crunched spine in a miracle. The pain alone could kill you. He made a full recovery. Was able to walk again. Not sure if he meant the guy farted the air out of his body. In that case, that's both terrifying and hilarious. Yeah, how did he get the air? He said, yeah, they said the air left his body naturally. How did that happen? WVid, though. I'll be for the 5. Just arrived to say thank you for making us laugh all the time. We love you. Thank you. Amelia for the subs. Sir for the 10 to HA. I was playing 2K and spent $10 at the packs. Got thinking, said to myself, how I would blow money on a virtual game, have it donated to a good cause to save lives, basically guilt trip myself into donating. Well, thank you for the 10, sir. I appreciate that. Lachlan for the 1. How much are you streaming? I don't know. Probably hour and a half, 2 hours. Bonk for the 3. D-Man for the sub. X-Rob for the 3. Says, I love carts. All right. Meth Fueled Finn. Do the school lunch rating. I mean, we're setting that up, but you guys need time to submit shit. Like, I'll probably give it like a week and a half, 2 weeks for people to submit stuff, and then I'll go through it. Methfield Finn. There's not enough? Oh, yeah, no. I'm going to leave it.
Had an incredible heart rate of 200 beats per minute. His injuries were serious, and he was in a hospital bed until late 1944.
Oh my God, that's a real story. No, that's the most insane story I think I've ever heard. This guy took 30 meth pills in 1940 in the middle of the fucking, like, Nordic region and survived. Went 250 miles. Ate a bird raw. Blew up. Stepped on 2 mines. And he's alive.
Eventually, he would leave the army due to his injuries, having lost some toes on his left foot. Despite the hardships he endured, he lived a long life and died peacefully on August the 12th, 1989, at the age of 71.
Wait, thanks to Auntie Rinta for giving us authentic voice of Amo. Oh, so that AI was actually what he sounded like? Bro. In most of the world, the most popular legal drugs are depressants like opioids. In Finland, one of the most popular by far since the end of World War II has been amphetamines. An upper, it's directly linked to how many veterans got addicted to Pervitin during the war. Even to this day, the biggest drug busts are for amphetamine. Wow. Hold up. I'm reading this guy's Wikipedia story. This is what he looked like. Yo, he kind of looks like me, though, for real. Bro was on meth. Bro was on meth for fucking 30 days. Or not 30 days, 14 days. Finnish soldier, 3 days into the mission, the group was attacked by Soviet forces. He became fatigued, and he was carrying the patrol's entire supply of Pervitin. He consumed the entire supply, had a short burst of energy, and entered a state of delirium and lost consciousness. He later recalled waking up the following morning, separated from his patrol, having no supplies. In following days, he escaped Soviet forces once again, got injured by a landmine, stayed in a ditch for a week, and waited for help. He only ate pine buds and a single Siberian jay that he caught and ate raw. Skied more than 248 miles and was later found admitted to a nearby hospital, still with a heartbeat of 200 beats per minute and weighed 94 pounds. This is a true story. He had 9 children and lived in central Finland and died in 1989 at the age of 71. That's Crazy. 200 beats per minute. What is the average human's beats per minute? Like 70? What is the average human's BPM? Like sitting. 60 to 100. Yeah, so like more than double. Outlaw for the sub. Nick for the 5. You do so many great things. You're the best. Do you think that you can rate Scotty Fitness? He's doing a charity stream marathon for AHA too. Yeah. You got to remind me when I'm done stream, though. Cake for the 3. You're my favorite streamer to distract me from celibacy. Peanut, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Space and FLS for the sub. K for the 3. Not out of characters other than this streams. One prefer mental men or suicide. What? Chef for the sub. Make for the 5. My first time getting high was horrible. This bitch on the bus gave me candy she found in her mom's room. I was hearing my grandma that died 5 years ago. I was laughing uncontrollably, seeing shadow figures. I ate those gummies on the bus at 6 in the morning. Eventually fell asleep in first period class. Wake up in fourth period. I was there for 5 hours sleeping. Was so embarrassed she called my mom. What were you on? Proud for the 10 to HA. Love the VODs. I have pretty bad social anxiety and need help to it. Do you have any tips on being less anxious? The repetitiveness obviously helps. I think the more you get into social settings, the less it'll freak you out. Reminding yourself that the majority of people you interact with, you're never going to see again. As well as the majority of people focusing on how others perceive them, not how they perceive you. If that makes sense, most people are worried about themselves, not others. And then, I mean, you could look up, like, specific methods on making yourself calmer, but outside of that, I don't really know. King for the 5 to HA. Stream light in my day. Thank you for the advice earlier. Lions versus Eagles. Lions by 20. Little Big for the 1,000 biddies. Just give military condensed cocaine and adrenaline shots. Little Big for the 5. Got caffeinated gum strike bars. EV for the 3. My dad was in the Army for 20 years. Said the military almost gave every drug known to man that isn't a hallucinogen. Sierra, thank you for the 15 to AHA. Random for the sub. Anonymous for the 10 to AHA. Lachlan for the 1 to AHA. Outlaw for the sub. Nick for the 5. All right. I got to piss real quick, then we're hopping into the next video, chat. Count me down 30 fucking seconds, chat. I'm picking a song. Count me down. We're back. Some for the sub, tag for the 3. Earlier this month, I got hit by a car on the way to school. Today, I got hit against. It's not my fault. People just don't look when they turn. My parents are getting me a car now because they're worried. Just thought it was funny. That's twice in a month. Dude, I hope you're all right. Do you get injured? My God. All right. I kind of want to save the movies banned for being too disturbing for Sunday and watch something else. We've been watching a lot of disturbing shit. I want to watch something funny. What should we watch now? I still want to do the Google interview question everybody gets wrong because that's like not necessarily philosophy, but it's like a cool video. Bridge Kids, watch Floating's video. Oh, we could watch that real quick. That's like 2 minutes. And then we'll watch some other shit. Basically, I rewatched the entirety of Joe's VODs, put together a compilation, thought what my life... compilation, because this is what my life has come to. Brendan needs to say all clips belong to Joe Bartolozzi. I appreciate that, though.
I would date this car. I blew up your house. His big, beefy hand grips my thigh. My ex-girlfriend, I kind of, burned her house down. I want to fight Darth Vader and fucking shove a lightsaber up his ass. Yeah, I was watching my wife get fucked. Okay, chat, let me explain this. I like feet. Ooh.
Sorry, I'm trying to put more original clips in, but I couldn't not include these.
Fuck me in
Yeah, these are all like older clips.
the ass with a Pringles can. I'm sitting on this motherfucker, straddling him, right? What size are we packing?
I don't remember that.
Down there, buddy.
That's old. That's like, wow, dude. That's like 2020, 2021.
Look at his head. It's decapitated. Wow.
Yeah, that was probably like early 2021. I was making like no money on social media then. I remember I did that because I got like 100 subs or something.
Fucking suck the, Slay.
I thought it was 4,000 subs. I did not have 4,000 subs then. I might be able to actually see that on Twitch Tracker. How many subs I had then? I don't know if I had my Twitch Tracker connected then. I did not. Wait. I did not. Fuck. I definitely didn't. Because I was like less than a third of the size that I was then. I think it might have been like 500 subs.
Hey, Queen. America, baby. Woo! Woo! Yay! Woo! 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 He's like sucked up like a raisin. I sucked him so dry that he was shriveled. Okay. You fuck. What are you gonna maybe shit? Maybe fucking come a little. How's life going? Life's going. You know, I wake up every day, I look in the mirror, and I say, well, I'm not dead yet. Mods, find them. Mods.
Dude, my friend just texted me a fucking image that says shrooms are fantasy, LSD is science fiction, DMT is virtual reality. Is this true? Brother, I have not done DMT or LSD. I don't know. Left my ass off. How would I know that?
Mods, find their house. Oh my god, I can't wait to deal drugs to Ryan Reynolds.
Stop changing the topic. What was that clip? Which one? There's been like 30 that I've just played.
Bro, so the kids' summer, they just don't have their dad for 3 months. Longer than that. That was every summer for me. God, the money I would pay.
Yo, for real though, it was.
To see Mr. Beast toe wrestle.
Yo, I have this one video that I've been wanting to watch on stream called I Sniffed Mr. Beast's Ass, and I haven't. The thumbnail's crazy. And I haven't seen it yet, and I'm like, I need to know what this video is about. I clicked on it because I was like, is this TOS? Scanned it, but I don't know what he does. Hold up, here's the video. I sniffed Mr. Beast's ass. We gotta watch that. I'll watch that on Sunday. No, I'll watch it today. It's 2 minutes long. We'll watch it. Let's finish this.
Jimmy Donaldson. Oh, my God. On the field. Barefoot. Toes spread. Oh, my God. That'd be like a dream come true, dude. I'll smuggle some heroin up my ass. I hate being an Uber driver. You are a fucking nipple hair. So this is what my butthole looks like.
Oh my God, that was when I was playing fucking, bro, so this is what my butthole looks like. Yo, that video, hilarious. That video, hilarious. Oh, it's a music video.
Mr. Beast invited the twins to his warehouse. Actually, wait. As I sniff, Mr. Beast's ass. This is not a game challenge or charity content. This is what I felt from museum models for some fun. And I used to watch him all the time like YouTube Albert Einstein. Used to sniff Tanner's Bubba C. Sniffed, Mr. Beast ass. I sniffed, Mr. Beast ass.
Yeah, I'm done with that. Yeah, I'm done with that. Yeah, no, it's over for that. Fuck. Wow. All right. Let's pick another video. That isn't that. That is not that video. How trying became cool again. Aries and Sophie for the sub tag for the 3. Yeah, I'm okay. I told him when I got hit, luckily I'm not hurt. My bike is bent, which sucks. It's electric. AZ drivers are some of the worst. Dude drove away too. I just sent like 10 minutes down. I had to send like 10 mins on the side of the road trying to fix my bike. You mean set? I'm Reese for the sub, Corbin for the 10. THA, been in the hospital with lung problems. Your videos always brighten up my spirits. Well, thank you, dude. I hope you're okay. Grim for the 10. Thanks for making me laugh all the time. Dustin for the 271. Almost lost my dad 3 times. Heart attacks and other issues. You're a ghost streamer. Could you tell? You're a ghost streamer. Happy to support you. Thank you. Sub for the sub tag for the 3. I hope your dad's okay. Aries for the sub. And I hope your bike's good too, bro. How trying became cool again. Then we'll watch the fucking Veritasium video. Lock in. We'll watch the fucking movie video on Sunday. We got a lot of videos we got to watch on Sunday, too. Today, we're doing reacts. As I said, tomorrow I'm going to be live early at 11:45 a.m. EST. I'm going to be doing Marvel Rivals from 12 to 2. Block Wars from 2 to 5 or 6. Sunday's a react day, like 2 to 6:30. Monday, I'm going to be live. Regular time, we're doing Carry the Glass, finishing that with Zeusy. Maybe some horror games with guys, some other random shit. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday is random horror and repo. Thursday is GeoGuessr Twitch Rivals. Next Friday's Reacts and the Mech game. Next Saturday and next Sunday are Marvel Rivals, Twitch Rivals tournaments. Maybe Reacts as well. I don't know. Lock in.
Wow, yeah, this is the most try-hard intro of all time. Just started like everyone else.
That was a fire intro.
In front of a microphone, man. Okay, yeah, that's better. About a month ago, an artist named Dochi went viral for her talk show performance. This set had her and 2 other girls with elaborate hair, choreography, rapping really well. And the biggest tweet that came from this was, making those Harriet Tubman music is the cheat code for getting respected in rap. Now, this is an amazing tweet. This is just an amazing combination of words. This random...
What do you mean making Harriet Tubman music? What does that even fucking mean? Making those Harriet Tubman music is the cheat code to getting respected in rap. What?
For getting respected in rap. Now, this is an amazing tweet. This is just an amazing combination of words. This random assortment of words specifically chosen to piss people off. I gotta give it to you. This is a work of art. But this is part of an attitude that has been around for a while now. Don't do too much. This performance had nothing to do with politics, Harriet Tubman, slavery, nothing. She kind of just assumed that.
Yo, dead ass though. Motherfuckers get mad now when music actually means something. Like, people were getting mad at, like, I've seen a lot of conversations about this. Like, Kendrick's Super Bowl performance, people are like, bro, you have to make music, bro. Like, it shouldn't, like, you're trying to make, like, a point. I'm like, it's still a song. Like, he's making music that means something as well. People get mad with rap today when it's not just, like, I fuck bitches and make money. If you say something that's like monumental about society or life and you're trying to actually be like relatable to a genuine like societal basis, people go, nah, that's stupid.
From the amount of effort that was being put in. Over time, it has become uncool to just try, like just to put in some effort. Don't do too much, okay? It's embarrassing. Just be nonchalant, be cool, be effortless. This has made everything boring. Everyone is too scared to try because that would be vulnerable. And I feel like only now are we seeing a shift back.
I don't even think it's try. I think when people step away from the road of popularity, they get flack. Because it's not the norm to do so. People like being a part of something, and if you're not able to relate to a specific group in your own art, you're generally shit on for it. Now, I have to say I do shit on Yeet a lot. Because I don't really think that Yeet's a good artist. Respectfully. I don't like his music. I think the beat's good. I think the lyrics are not. But I feel like that's a different scenario. However, I do fall into the same category of sometimes shitting on people that are trying to do their own thing. But as does everybody, right? It's your own take on your own specific topic. But I will agree that a lot of the time trying to be different or trying to be like trying to put effort into something is a lot of the time shit on versus just making like a sick beat and then rapping like a random freestyle with it.
Back to people putting in effort and being rewarded for it.
What about Kanye? Bro, Kanye's not even in the conversation to this right now. Whatever Kanye, it's just, bro, whatever Kanye does artistry-wise is immediately just fucking flipped. And then you actually have to have a talk show with him, and he just says the most outlandish shit possible.
More on that later. How did we even get here in the first place?
But he made Graduation.
It wasn't always.
He did make Graduation.
Is like this.
He did make a lot of good songs, but then he also made a lot of Nazism things. The death of trying was when Mo Bamba came out. I will definitively mark that end myself. Mo Bamba. Obama? No, Mo Bamba. I got hoes calling. Yo, that song? No. That song was good, but it was like effortless. It was just a catchy song that people could like fuck with. And then now there's just so many copies of that today that I'll still listen to. I'm not going to sit here and say I won't listen to them, but they're low effort music. They just work.
Mozart, Michelangelo, the Hawk Tour Girl. Every generation has their greats. But it feels like over time we're giving people more credit for being nonchalant than for doing things well. Like just imagine.
I don't like Playboi Carti. I just gotta. I don't know. I don't. Yo. After he went on a few, like he went on that stream and he was just sitting there. I don't know. I don't like Playboi Carti. I'm not gonna sit here and like diss him, but I'm not gonna. I don't really listen to Carti.
Imagine if the Talk Tour podcast was created in the Byzantine Empire. We're holding her back. It's crazy to see this contrast between the last 10 years and then the last like 100 to 1,000 years. Even just the 2000s. The 2000s were the definition of not being afraid.
It's not even the stream, bro. Okay, I gotta rewind. I don't diss Playboi Carti because of how he acted on the fucking Aiden Ross stream. Like, at the end of the day, that's not gonna fucking sway my opinion one way or the other. I just think, like, if I can't, obviously, if this is on the VOD viewers aren't gonna hear this. But, like, Playboi Carti's music, where is he? I need to get to him. Where's Black Sum's a good song? Hold up, I'll play that. It's not bad, but it's like I wouldn't listen to it. Now Gummo on the other. Now, yo, chat. Now let me put y'all on. Bro, at the end of the day, it's your own musical taste. If you fuck with Playboi Carti, you fuck with Playboi Carti. I'm not going to diss you, right? Same thing with Yeet. Like, I make fun of motherfuckers for liking Yeet because I don't like his music. But, like, if you fuck with him, I don't really care, right? It's not that big of a deal.
Her back. It's crazy to see this contrast between the last 10 years and then the last, like, 100 to 1,000 years. Even just the 2000s. The 2000s were the definition of not being afraid to do the most. Loud, maximalist, unapologetic self-expression. Everything is in your face, over the top, colorful, has personality. Bro, even things that were corporate didn't feel soulless or generic. Things were...
Well, here's the thing. Trying became bad because people tried too hard to be an unauthentic version of themselves. Not just in music, but in life. there are people that will go to another bound to be somebody that they're not. And that's annoying as fuck. But now that has gotten blurred in music and in general to be, if you're somebody trying, you're trying to be someone you're not versus you're just actually trying. It's gone. It was different, right? In the 2000s music era, it was like, hey, everybody's doing their own fucking thing. There's a lot of people popping up, and it's really nice that, you know, they're being able to express themselves. And then it moved forward, and I think it just started to disappear because, number one, it got easier to just not try. And if you were, you got a lot of flack for it.
You were allowed to be weird or cringe. The internet was the Wild West, man. You know, before.
Yeah, Smosh, bro. If there were people that were making Smosh, I think also Smosh just fell out of style. I think the style of videos that Smosh did today would do terrible because it would be deemed as cringy. But that's also just cultural comedy, right? Like how that changes over time, right? What's funny now won't be funny in 20 years. So I feel like that's a different thing.
Everything became content. You could create whatever you wanted. You could do whatever you wanted. It was a little too much. You might have had to reel it in. And we did.
I still watch them. Smosh nowadays is different than they were. I'm saying Smosh food battles is different from like Smosh the channel today.
Is this the end?
Like their videos today they've changed with time, right?
Because suddenly in the mid...
Yo, I'm going to drop a bomb right now that might not be relatable at all. But I need to say it. I love Good Mythical Morning. I don't like when Good Mythical Morning brings their cast members on. I think they're trying to stick with the times today. This is going to be very unrelatable to the majority of people that don't watch Good Mythical Morning. When they bring their cast members on, I won't watch the video. It's different if it's like they have like Chase, the cartographer guy or whatever, and it's like one dude that's just assisting. But when the central video moves from Rhett and Link to 3 random people that I don't know or want to watch, and it's all about their personality and the foods they like, I don't care what foods you like. I care what foods Rhett and Link like. Because I watched Good Mythical Morning for Rhett and Link. But I understand that, you know, they're trying to give other people opportunities, and they're also trying to change and morph their content so it's not stale and unoriginal. So I understand it, and there's videos where they loop cast members in, and it's really good. And like the ones where they have to auction off like specific things, and they have different cast members in that. But there's certain ones where they centrally focus around specific cast members. Can't watch those.
2010s, everything shifted. And I don't know when exactly this was. I remember the exact moment I noticed it, and that was in 2016 when the Life of Pablo album cover came out, and I was like, so this is where we're at now. You didn't even try. And that was the aesthetic. The whole deal in the mid-20s.
Yeah, now Spotify covers are just like your floor. When they say anything could be a Spotify cover, and it could literally just be a picture of actually anything, and you could put a song to it, and it'll work.
2010s was trying to look.
Half a motherfucker's Spotify covers are just like their Instagram. When you listen to like a single.
Effortless, which is an oxymoron in itself. And you're an oxymoron if you tried it. Everything was redesigned to look more simple. AKA boring, bruh. Just straight up soulless. It's the same monotonous, no personality vibe. In the last 10 years, every movie started looking.
That's like radio music. Oh my God, every Kevin Hart movie. Every Kevin Hart movie ever. Outside. Not every Kevin Hart movie. I'm not shitting on Kevin Hart. I love Kevin Hart. He's a funny guy. I don't like his comedy that much. But any movie with I got to rewind here. Any movie with Kevin Hart and The Rock is a stale, unoriginal money grab, and it sucks. Get Hard was a good movie with Will Ferrell and Kevin Hart. Jumanji is a good film. See, that's why I had to rewind. I got to redo my take. Kevin Hart has a lot of good films, but They do cast Kevin Hart in a lot of stale and The Rock, almost all of them. Red One. All Fast and Furious movies now are bad. They're all bad. After Paul Walker died, it went down. It went into the fucking gutter. I'm not even going to lie. After Paul Walker died, Fast and Furious took a fucking nosedive into the fucking dirt. It was horrible. And Fast 8 was good. I haven't watched Fast and Furious movies in years because they just pan to a foreign audience that likes big American explosions. There's no plot. It's just, we got to get out of this one. We're going to bring a car to space. And they brought a car to space. That's a rocket ship. What are we doing? And we got to make this a bigger stunt. There's another impending doom. And it ruins it, right? Movies specific. Okay, I'm so glad that he brought up movies because movies are fucking shitholes now. Okay, there are a lot of movies that I like that have a lot of fucking shit, right? They get a lot of flack, and it's mainly comedy movies. If you look at 2010 comedies, right? Super bad. Fucking Dude, Where's My Car? Tropic Thunder. Any fucking comedy movie that is considerably a stoner movie, the other guys, Step Brothers, their budgets were so low comparable to now. And the movies that come out now, all the fucking producers or the people that are fucking fronting this think is, how many famous people can I get in on this and it'll do well? You see it with Super Bowl ads most recently. Every forgettable Super Bowl ad is the most expensive Super Bowl ad you've ever seen. Because all they do is throw in 15 turbo famous people, pay them each $1 million to be in the ad, and go, if I shove enough famous people in this ad, they'll remember it. No, I won't. I'll remember an ad that had Kevin Hart, The Rock, Amy Poehler, Adam Sandler, and fucking Terry Crews. I couldn't tell you the product, but I know they were in it. And it's a piece of shit. They're horrible. Grown Ups was good. Grown Ups was not recent. Grown Ups was, as I said, 2010. Grown Ups came out in 2010. Good movie. Grown Ups budget, $75 million. A lot of money. Not saying that's not a lot of money. But now, what's a new movie that just dropped? Red One. I always use Red One as an example. Red One. A Christmas film about Santa being kidnapped. $250 million. For what? For what? Piece of shit. And they're all bad movies. They're all reruns, and they try to, and here's a big thing with movies today, is they try to put comedy where comedy doesn't need to be. Okay? If you have an action, thriller, horror movie, stop trying to make it funny. Stop trying to fucking throw in jokes here and there to make it a fucking lighthearted comedy. Fuck that. I want it to be a depressing, sad, gritty, scary movie. I want to be on my toes, and I want you to kill the main character. Okay? And that's going to be, I'm going to go, have you seen Barry? Barry's doing it right. Barry's doing it right. I stopped watching Barry. It stressed me out so much, but it's doing it right. I'm going to spoil Barry. They made the main character a fucking villain, and it's a horror. It's a fucking shit show. Barry becomes a psychopath killer. He starts fucking killing people to cover up a bunch of shit. It goes down a bad hill, okay? And it's a fucking good movie. It's a good series, right? Series that try. Severance, another series that's really trying. It's different. It's a new idea. It has Steve something. Don't remember his name. Very forgettable guy. Severance creator. He's a comedian. Severance creator. Steve something. So what is his name? Ben Stiller, not Steve. Oh my God, I got his name wrong. Ben Stiller. Primary director. Ben Stiller. Great in a lot of fucking good movies, right? All those horror, and same thing with Jack Black. Okay, now there's another video. Okay, I'm getting really off topic here. I love Jack Black. I hate that Jack Black is only doing stupid children movies now. It annoys me, and I think it's removing the Jack Black that I know. He can do what he wants to do. At the end of the day, he's his own person. I will still watch the Minecraft movie. I'm going to get it, right? I'm going to watch it. Jack Black's in it. I want to watch Jack Black. I like Minecraft. But go back. Watch. Okay, this is a very controversial film. Watch Jack Black in Tropic Thunder. It is the funniest fucking performance you will ever see out of him. He is a coke addict that constantly is fucking freaking out and saying he'll like suck your dick for coke and shit. It's like, I'm not explaining it well. It's like when you're trying to explain a funny movie and it's not funny, or a funny video and it's not funny. Jack Black in the 2010s, in those movies that he did, Nacho Libre and all those other films, amazing, right? Performances, right? He's picking up performances that are like very controversial roles, and they're great, right? Now, I don't know. It's always like, it's where the money is, and I think he's becoming more of like a fatherly figure now to a lot of people, so it's like he's doing more, you know, kid shit. I'm getting really off topic here. I love Jack Black still. I'm not dissing him, but I think Jack Black has gone down a different road than previously. School of Rock? Well, School of Rock is kind of what he's reverting back to, where it's like even more kiddish than School of Rock. Because School of Rock was like, I don't know. It was a comedy movie, but it wasn't like controversial.
Dim, dark, flat. Every movie has that Netflix look, bruh. In relationships, we became so detached. Everyone became so nonchalant. Dating now is a competition of who can care less the most. It's also why you're in your 8th situationship in the last 12 months. I'm not hating, I'm just noticing. Every day another tweet goes viral about how we gotta bring back real yearning. Where the real...
Yeah, and people like... people in relationships, at least that I see now... because I'm in a relationship, so I can't really speak from personal experience. But people that are trying to get into relationships that are my friends, a lot of the time won't even give somebody a shot unless they think they're the one, which is weird. Different scenario. But it's like you go on these apps and women will judge men or men will judge women because of how they have their social media profile set up. And you have to have like an algorithm on how you're going to present yourself on your Hinge profile or Bumble or whatever. Otherwise, nobody even wants to fucking swipe on you. They don't even want to get to know you. They would never talk to you.
Yearners at. We got to bring back that level of yearn. Oh, that was mine. Okay. That sentiment has been around for a while.
Dating apps have their own problem, though. I think that's entirely different from, you know, how trying became cool again. I think dating apps are so skewed to where the top 5% of men receive the majority of swipes, and that's about it.
We miss actually feeling like we can put ourselves out there. But the thing is, nobody wants to be seen as a try-hard. And that's like the only insult that could also be a motivational quote. It's like if I called you a keep going, don't stop, you got this.
Social media, dude, literally, dating apps ruin trying as well because nobody, like, I mean, it's different with like Bumble or Hinge or whatever. Motherfuckers on Tinder, it's like, you just hook up. You just hook up with people. It's not like, oh, you're going to try and go on a date and bring a girl flowers and, like, present yourself as much, right? I feel like a lot of the time it's, like, a lot of douchebaggery guys with, like, hookup culture and situationship dating versus, like, actually, like, commitment.
This don't stop right here, bro. Don't get this don't stop. Look what he's doing. He's not stopping, bro. What is he? But I think there's a difference between trying hard because you want to and trying hard
God damn, dude.
To impress other people. We had social media for a while, but it's only recently where it feels like everyone is looking at them. So everyone's standing up straight, trying to be perfect. All eyes are on you. That's why every party looks like this.
I think more and more people have gotten judgmental. This is the Super Bowl party. This is the post-Super Bowl party. I actually saw this on Twitter. And I was like, this doesn't look fun. I'm not even lying. I was like, actually, this is just so many people just standing around doing fucking nothing, and it's just a bunch of famous people. They're just standing there. They're actually just not even interacting. I'm not witnessing any, like, good conversations or anything. I saw the panoramic view, and I was like, there's just a few people standing there dancing. It looked so boring. But what was I going to say? I literally forget what I was going to say. People are more judgmental now on social media than they have ever been. On a personal level. I'm not talking about, like, politics or, like, viewpoints or very, like, you know, monumental things. I'm saying just, like, Dude, you post an Instagram picture that people think looks stupid, they'll fucking flame you for it.
Now, where everyone's afraid to move at all. Instagram feels like LinkedIn, curating the literal peaks of your life to share. We're trying to understand this new landscape where anyone can be made fun of for doing anything. You can be minding your business in public, you do something a little bit off, and now, yeah, you check Twitter, that video is on friggin' 8 million people's timeline. And you're getting cooked. So the last thing you want is to be seen trying or failing at something. Everyone is...
Hate culture is so bad. Well, it makes people feel better about themselves. It's like a stereotypical movie bullying. If bullying somebody else and putting them down makes you feel better because they are now in a worse situation than you are.
Walking on eggshells. Artists became nonchalant. Why try if you'll be mocked if it doesn't sell well? In music, we traded elaborate rollouts, cool visuals for mysterious vibes and aura. I've had enough aura, all right? We get it. We don't know what you're up to. Post the dang songs. It became more attractive.
Yo, my favorite music videos were Sorry for Party Rockin' though. I'm gonna play literally like a second of it, and I hope it doesn't get copyrighted for Brady. This shit. And it was like a whole... Dude, it's a 7-minute fucking music video of them all dancing and shit, and it has like a whole plot. It's so good. 633 million views.
In relationships to be nonchalant.
The song's not like the most unique, but it's just a good song.
Why try if you'll be hurt if you put yourself out there?
You need to ignore her, bro. If you ignore her and don't talk to her, don't text her for a week, you're gonna be amazed.
Yo, actually though, that's what guys tell me now. That's what you guys tell me now. When people be fucking sending me bit donos and they're like, "Hey Joe, I like this girl didn't respond and I messaged again, she left me on red. What do I do?" And I'm like, you just got to give up. And then they'll come back and they'll be like, she finally responded to me. Bro. Motherfuckers putting out effort. It seems obsessive. And then you got to stop, right? Aiden, thank you for the 25 gifteds. Thank you for the 25 gifteds, you fucking goat. Appreciate the fucking subs, Aiden. My God, man. Gabe, thank you for the 10 to HA Galaxy for the 3. Reason people are mundane is they're been perfected and now they're being over-perfected and made effortless formula. What? Nordic for the 1. Normally watch the VODs, download a Twitch so I can watch the charity stream. Been my favorite creator. Thank you. Hannah for the 550 AHA. Dev for the 3. When did you first start streaming? Like August of 2020, but very infrequently. I didn't really like genuinely start streaming like consistently until right around when I started dating Brooke. That was when I got on like a genuine like I'm gonna stream 6 days a week, 4 hours a day. At the time, it was like 2.5, 3 hours a day. Pluto for the 1,000 biddies. Been sub for 2 years, not much of a chatter. I know you're religious. God bless you. Pray for you and Brooke's safetyness. Thank you. Hobbit for the 340 bits. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Hot Potato for the sub. Dominator for the 510 bits. After this Sunday, can you watch the creepy people at Denny's video? Send it the video such tab. Aries and Sophie for the sub. Tag for the 3. And Aiden, thank you for the subs.
What happens next?
If you're just chill, man, it's like you have nothing to lose. But we have robbed ourselves of the joy of expressing ourselves to the fullest extent. Even right now, somebody could be like, oh my gosh, this guy's doing too much. What is he talking about? He's in these runs. I don't care. I'm not limiting my enjoyment of life just so other people won't think I'm enjoying life too much. Like, come on. Y'all are not enjoying life enough for me. I'm sorry. The irony is the look of
Nah, or even when it's like, I mean, a lot of you guys don't do this now, but genuinely some of y'all do. When I'll go on like a philosophy rant and it's somebody that's never been here before or they just don't care about it and I'll start getting like deep and talking about life and shit, motherfuckers will be like, bro, stop yapping. Nobody gives a fuck. No, nobody gives a fuck. And I'm just watching. I'm just imagining them just stand there like, yo, bro, it's like, it's really just like, it's how it is, bro. It doesn't matter. I'm like, dude, what are you fucking like? You're just annoying. Like, you're so, like some people be so non-caring that it's like, fucking so it's aggravating how little they care about anything. There's a level of nonchalantness that's needed, right? Like you shouldn't be stressing or freaking out about every single aspect of your fucking life. But it's like the second somebody tries to say something meaningful, you're like, bro, it don't matter. Like, are you just going to live fucking 75 years and die and you're on your deathbed and you're going to be like, bro, it don't matter. And then your life meant nothing, right? Like you're not gonna care about anything. And then those motherfuckers are gonna realize they're gonna get in a relationship. I'm losing my fucking voice right now. I don't know why. They're gonna get in a relationship. They're gonna be so nonchalant. They're not gonna care. And then they're gonna get broken up with. Or they're gonna break up with their girl or guy for caring too much, right? Like, there's a level of obsessiveness in a relationship, but motherfuckers, like, be like, yeah, my girl's too attached, bro. Like, no, she just cares about you. like sometimes it's like, okay, yeah, they're like stalker level creepy, but like it could like literally be like, yeah, my girl cares about me. That's bad. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you complaining about that?
Nonchalance takes so much effort that you might as well just try, bruh. You already are. And I think people are getting tired of this nonchalance, and we're finally seeing a shift. The pendulum is swinging back. Artists are finally putting themselves out there more and getting rewarded for it. Like just a couple years ago, DJ Khaled was saying Tyler, the Creator, makes mysterious music.
It's called albums that you actually hear the songs, not no mysterious shit. You never hear it.
This is one of the funniest terms because it's a mystery to me how DJ Khaled is allowed to make music.
I don't even know. I don't even know what DJ Khaled does. I don't know if that's me being detached from like social media. Bro, I know he's like a DJ and he like makes beats, but he also makes songs. What does he do? He's a producer. I just know DJ Khaled, and you could genuinely be like, play me a song, and I would not know what DJ Khaled, which songs are DJ Khaled's.
Was offbeat. He was weird. It's not really the type of music that you hear at barbershops. But that's fine. Can that not exist? And now with Chromacopia, we got to see a refreshing, dope rollout in a time when people announce music and it doesn't come out for months to years. The album was announced. There was real world building. The colors, the characters, the sounds were distinct. This guy's actually putting in effort, man. This is what I'm talking about. The bare minimum. That's all I need. And he sold 300K first week. His biggest album yet. More than any album DJ Khaled has ever sold.
Sold what? Sold what? A genuine question. Like vinyls or like records, like albums. What do you mean sell an album? How do you sell an album? How do you sell an album? What are you buying the album on? Oh my God. I sound like a Gen Alpha right now. Vinyls? Online? What do you mean online? We don't have iTunes anymore. I listened to Tyler, the Creator on Spotify. I didn't buy it. What do you mean? He bought like vinyls, like CDs, vinyls, like physical copies of the songs. Like a CD.
Like, look at all the pop stars of the last year. We finally got like a pop renaissance. These are all artists that have literally...
How many records you'd sold? That would be vinyl records.
Grinded for like 10 plus years. And that's why I feel so much more earned to see them win. Artists like Chappell Roan taking pop back to being elaborate and maximalistic. Is that a word? I don't know. Doing the most in the best way. This is what I'm talking about, Brian. I need y'all. This is pop music. Y'all know where this came from. Why is everybody trying to act too cool for this? You have to be out.
Yo, he's really making me not want to be a hater on Yeet anymore. And I don't even think Yeet tries that much, but he does do some... Motherfuckers always say he does some different shit. Maybe I shouldn't be a hater on Yeet anymore. Maybe I should stop being a hater on some of these musicians.
There, you have to be interesting, and I feel like we're getting back to that. Even with how minimalistic Brat was and the whole Brat summer movement, Charlie XCX was putting in a ton of work, bruh. People got so tired of Drake not really feeling like he's trying at all, to the point where they were rooting against him in the beef. And Kendrick actually putting in effort into his lyrics, into his love for the art form, made it easier to want this guy to win. And that effort took him all the way to the dang Super Bowl and winning 5 Grammys in one night. People are valuing real...
You think they care about that? I always wonder that. Like, you think Kendrick cares? I didn't watch his, like, speeches or anything. But, like, at some point, you won so many fucking Grammys, bro. It's like, whatever. Like, it's just another award. Like they've won so many. From that episode of Friends, if you've ever seen that, editor, throw up that, where Rachel and Joey steal an award from someone and they feel bad about it, bring it back to them, only for them to realize that the person who got the award doesn't give a shit. And so they're like, yeah, I'm just going to take that back. They probably care about Grammys, but other awards, dude, they probably have walls of that shit. Like Taylor Swift, Kendrick, all of them have to have so many. It's just, yeah, another one for the fucking rack.
Real things again. Barbenheimer got all these people to come out and watch 2 movies on the same day just because these 2 directors.
Those were some good, that was a good ass movie though. Good ass movie. And I fucked with Barbie. Motherfuckers were dissing the Barbie movie saying, oh, it's too much about women, bro. When I was also high as fuck in the back of the movie theater. I remember I macked 2 Chipotle burritos in the parking lot. Me and my friends walk in. I'm sitting in the back of the movie theater. Fried. I'm just fucking watching this shit. And then Ken goes, sublime. I just start doing my loud ass laugh cackle where I'm like, and I sound like loud as fuck. I literally see people turn around and look at me. Just don't care. I just keep laughing. Sit back. And then I calm down. I'm like, dude, I was kind of loud there. Then I started hyper fixating on it. Oppenheimer was good too. Oppenheimer, I took like 4 pee breaks on Oppenheimer though. I start thinking about having to pee. If a movie's longer than 2.5 hours, I start thinking I'm going to have to pee. And then I go, I have to pee. And then I go, I have to pee now. And then I'm not even paying attention to the movie anymore. I'm just thinking about peeing.
Directors put in more effort than we're used to in recent big blockbusters. We went from a movie like Nacho Libre looking like this to every 2.
Bring a pee bottle. Oh my God, he brought up Nacho Libre. I was just talking about Jack Black.
$200 million blockbuster looking like this.
We got snowmen.
Oh my God, somebody with the same exact opinion as me. Oh my God. Old Jack Black movies compared to new Jack Black movies. It's not his fault. It's just, the movies that he's a part of.
Get that cone out of my face!
Barbie with chat, this isn't pre-watched. I literally rant about film and Red One all the time. I swear to God, this is not pre-watched.
The colorful sets, Oppenheimer with the dang scale, the epicness of the IMAX camera. They both felt like they were
the funniest video ever was when somebody farted during the Oppenheimer silent scene where the bomb blows up during the test. Oppenheimer fart. I think it's funnier too because I don't know if the guy knew it would be silent, but it's one of those where like, oh, the bomb was gonna blow up. He thought it would be loud, rips ass, and it's just dead silent.
Made by real people, not algorithms. But one thing stands in the way of all this. None of this is real. We're cooked. With AI, this is like the end game of no effort. This is like it doesn't really get farther than this. Like you really just study for 8 hours when I just got ChatGPT to do it for me. Good use of your time, Timmy. All right, I'll see you in there. We're gonna do a little surgery on this guy, right? We're getting rid of human.
I think there's certain usage of AI where prompting it in the specific ways can be very creative and still effortful. But there is a lot of creators and even videos that I watch, and they're interesting. And it's sad that they're interesting, but they're AI videos that just go through like the top 10 most like horrific accidents or something. The top 10 indigenous tribes that still exist to this day. And they're like good videos, but it's an AI voice, AI scripted, AI made. And it's like somebody just prompted the video and they still put in effort, but it's like
human voices,
not nearly as much as somebody doing the research for it.
Faces, thoughts.
And there's hundreds of channels that are like that now.
Just so we can save some time. But the best things that have ever been produced on this earth were by human beings that had to actually think, dig deep down, and come up with solutions to problems. Are we gonna just lose that part of ourselves to save some time? Probably. I think we're shifting, and I think it's gonna shift even.
I want film companies to take more chances on like low budget films. Not even low budget, dude. I like not 200 million. Stop making $200 million movies. Unless you literally know it's going to be a fucking hit, stop making $200 million movies. Make movies that are like 60 mil, 70 mil. right? Still expensive, but you're going to have a higher turnover rate. You're going to have more movies. Yeah, some will be misses, but then you'll have really good films that come out of it. And give other actors more chances, dude. People are ready and there to shine. And I feel like a big problem with movies today, and I'm not dissing the young audience, but I think people like Jenna Ortega and Timothy Chalamet get a lot of the role castings where they do well in their role, but there's not a lot of young people today that are making their like showing as actors. Like, name like 5 prominent actors that are under the age of 30. Like, it's hard. It's really hard. What about influencers, though? There's influencers, definitely. Like, influencing, I think, like, social media is still a big part where, like, you know, there's a lot of young guys that are up and coming. Kai Cenat is not an actor. Zendaya's been in the game for so long. I don't know if she counts. But it's like Tanner Buckingham, Sydney Sweeney, Jenna from Stranger Things, kids, and others. Yeah, but you're just even then, they're, like, mainstream now. Like, there's so many actors that are in their like 40s and 50s that you could just list them for so long. And obviously as time goes, more and more people will pop up, but I just really want to see more like fresh faces. I don't know. I don't want to say it turns me off from a film when there's prominent actors in it, but when I know that there's going to be just whenever it says star-studded cast, I don't want to watch it. I immediately go to assuming that they put zero effort in the script of the movie and the story and just put all of their money towards the people and then banking on their performance. And that's not always the case. There's a lot of movies like Oppenheimer which had so many famous fucking people and it did really well. But I feel like the majority of them now are just like brainless, just slop that they throw at you and just go, oh, here's Dwayne Johnson. You guys like Dwayne Johnson, right?
Been harder because people want the real, bro. I think we're gonna fight not by trying to beat AI, but by
A24 movies. Bro, is Heretic an A24 film? That's literally a top 5 movie of mine now. Yep. That's what I'm talking about. Hugh Grant, very known guy, right? Like he's still like a very known actor. You'd recognize his face. He's not like a new dude, but all of the fucking Heretic movie was amazing. And I didn't recognize any of the actors outside of him. And maybe they're known, like Sophie Thatcher. I haven't seen her in anything else that I know of, at least. Like those, A24 makes good movies. They do.
Trying to be even more human. That's how you cut through these days.
Is it Hugh Grant, an asshole IRL? I don't know.
Everything feels so fake and corporate and low effort that even just caring about what you do feels different. Everyone wants.
It's so weird that the horror thriller genre is one of the only genres in games and movies that has stayed creative and low budget. Maybe because the churn rate's so high, but like the best games are indie horror games, indie thriller games, all the time. The best movies are always like thrillers with like a $20 million budget.
Wants to seem effortless, but the thing is you have to try hard to get good enough at something to make it seem effortless. One of my favorite stories is Miles Davis improvised.
Not the best of all time either. Like obviously, yeah, like Django Unchained, Interstellar, like fucking Oppenheimer. There's a lot of movies that are going to be like top 10 that are fucking so expensive to make. But it's just, you know, I think on a year-to-year basis, I like more films that come out that are new, that are cheap.
A film score in real time, like watching the movie, playing the trumpet in one night, the whole score is done. But that didn't happen because this guy was like, bro, let's just get this over with, bro. Let me just get in there, man. It took him thousands of hours of honing that craft to make that even possible for me to be telling you about it right now. People are just trying to skip 50 steps now and just get to the effortless part. But let's be real, you might take an L for trying. You might waste your time, you might look stupid, and that's scary. But if you actually put your all into it just because you wanted to, you can stand on that. There's more regret in hiding behind the shield of, oh, well, I didn't even try, so it's okay that it failed. That inspires Nobody. That produces nothing cool. Except you get to help your ego. That's it. Is that what we're doing all this for? Is that why we're here? No. The reality is, we're all just scared, all right? It's fear, is what it is. You're scared. We can't live life behind this fear, bro. We can't create art behind this fear. We can't have real relationships behind this fear. You can't even read a book these days in public without somebody telling you you're not a vibe, bro. I wasn't trying to be a vibe. I was just trying to read the freaking... Post-COVID, we are starved for connection. We're starved for authenticity. That's what I'm gonna try to do here. That's what you should try to do in your everyday life. And we can actually try to have fun on this earth instead of acting too cool to have fun, okay? I gotta clean this up now.
Yeah, it's crazy he threw eggs at his mirror for that one clip. That was a fucking good-ass video, though. I'm a sub to this guy. Nathan Zed. It's how, honest to God, cringe culture has ruined our social media lives. It's like bullying people with hobbies, making them too afraid to get any better and embrace it. Like they could become good at it. How can people get better if they never try? That is true. People forget why not trying looks cool. It's cool when somebody is good at something that they make look effortless. But now things are just effortless. Yeah. You get so good at something, you make it nonchalant. That's the cool part of not trying. When, like, Shaun White got so good at fucking snowboarding, he was just better than everybody else and just didn't even really look like he was giving a fuck. Like that, or like Usain Bolt, when he ran so fast that he started jogging at the end of the race because it wasn't the finale, it was a fucking prelim, and he was like, I already won. A-Wash for the sub, Savannah for the 2. Sorry for the small donor. You've been a huge guy to be philosophically. It's been very refreshing to see you. Twitch streamers, educated, thoughtful. Thank you. Tell Brooke I said hi. I will, and thank you for the fucking $2 to AHA, Savannah. Tinted user for the sub, Dylan for the sub, Girls for the 1,000, but he's been sick on Sunday with the flu. I'm sorry to hear that. Your videos help. Always entertaining. Thank you for everything you do. Have you heard of BuzzFeed Unsolved? Yeah, I've watched 1 or 2 of those before. Jeff and Aiden for the subs, and Trey for the 3. Would you rather have never met Brooke or never started social media? Never started social media. Tomatoes for the sub. A-Wash for the sub. Not even close, dude. The fuck? I mean, my life would be so much different if I hadn't started social media, but if it was like, would I rather choose Brooke? Like, if I had to quit social media right now or break up with Brooke, I would quit social media. It's not even close. I love you guys. I love being able to do social media, and it's selfish at the end of the day, but I mean, like, I genuinely love my girlfriend. Like, it's not even close. But I do love social media and the things it brings me. But, I mean, obviously, I would hope that would never be something that would ever be encounterable. All right. We might watch the Google interview question on Sunday, too, because I just yapped for a half hour about that fucking 8-minute, 9-minute video. So let's watch, like, a short philosophy video. And I'm losing my fucking voice. And I have to stream in, like... 15 hours. I'm going live at 11:45 tomorrow, chat. All right. We'll save that. Let's watch.
One day, about 18...
Do we want to watch an Angelo video about death? Yeah. Dub. Also, what are we at on the charity stream? We're at $3,263. Fucking dub. All right, death. Lock in.
One day, about 18 months after you were born, you looked in a mirror and for the first time in your life, you thought...
I gotta rewind. I wanted to grab a drink. Lock in.
One day, about 18 months after you were born, you looked in a mirror and for the first time in your life, you thought, yo, I think that might be me, bro. And a few years...
I mean, that wasn't even a thought. I've talked about that all the time. The fact that you have no memory until you're about 4 years old is wild to me. You just exist. You're just a brain sponge that's trying to understand the world that you spawned into. And at some point you do. I've always thought... Okay, I'm not going to say I want to run an experiment on my child when I have one. But whenever I have a kid... I'm going to ask them a question in incremental, like, time periods. And I want to see the furthest back I can get them to remember. Because if I ask them the same question and I tell them to give me the same answer every day, their short-term memory will be possibly capable of doing so, right? I presume a 3-year-old would be able to respond if I drilled it into their brain enough, like, hey, tell me this tomorrow. And I ask them, hey, what did I tell you to remember? And they'd be able to. And at some point, they'd be like, okay, I told you, say I tell them to remember the word French fries. And every day I get them to repeat the word French fries with me. At some point, if I say, what's your earliest memory? They'll be able to recount it, and they'll be able to recount remembering French fries. But they won't be able to remember the first time that I ever told them that. It'll just be in their brain. And they don't know why. Which is so weird. Because they'll be able to short form remember it every day, but at some form, long form, they can't remember the first time I ever told them that.
Years after real.
Or what if the first memory they ever had was the first time I ever told them, hey, I'm going to tell you to tell me the word French fries tomorrow. Remember that. And what if, like, now they're 30 and they're like, yeah, the first memory I ever had was my dad telling me to remember the word French fries.
Realizing that you
That'd be a funny first memory.
exist, some absolute donut comes along and breaks the news that it's only a temporary arrangement. And so you spend the rest of your life knowing that in an unknown number of seconds, it will be death o'clock, and you will...
Yeah, I think about all the time, I'm closer to death. I don't know when I'm going to die, and that number's a gray variable, right? I imagine it as, like, on a line, this is me, right, going through the line, and my death's here. But that point moves, right, depending on my decisions in life. But it's a point that I will always be getting closer to, regardless of when it moves, which way or another, because it's an undetermined way. I don't know. It freaks me out.
Stop existing. There are a few...
Would you want to know when you die or how you die? I don't know why anybody would ever choose how you die. I would always rather know when I die, because then I could just live my life. People always say when you die, and then they would live their life crazily until that moment. I feel like in that clause, your when you die would change because you would start living stupidly. I would just want to know when I die so I could just live my life normally without the fear of death until that moment of, like, okay, now I have to confront this. Because if you knew how you died and it was like you're going to die in a car crash, well, it's an unavoidable death, right? So now you're going to always know that at some point you're going to get hit by a fucking car and you're going to freak out about it. You're never going to be able to live casually. Awash and Pratt for the sub.
Few common things people do to deal with the weight of this knowledge.
But then I'm always thinking of that time. Yeah, but thinking of a death date is easier than thinking of a specific way that you would die.
A. Boatloads of narcotics. B. Become so insufferably annoying that you will live on forever in people's memories. Or C. Devote your life to creating things that will outlast you. And if you don't have the nuts to commit to one of these options, you can go for option D, which is just nicotine and Netflix. However, no matter what you do, terror management theory says that you do it because of a deep-rooted fear of death. In a whole bunch of...
And I really do think that I will not... I've said this on stream before. I've tried to confront the idea of me dying and get over it, to put it bluntly. But no matter how much I'm able to philosophically or religiously comfort myself, whenever I don't want to say it annoys me, but when somebody goes, I'm not afraid of death. If it's my time, it's my time. I just want to throw the bullshit flag. You're a fucking animal, right? And you are genetically hardwired to be terrified of dying. Terrified. No matter what situation you're in or what belief set you have, if you're in a situation where you are going to die, you might be able to go, okay, I'll accept it, but you're going to have a deep-rooted fear while it's happening. What about suicide? Suicide is different because they believe that the current situation they're in is worse than death. But most people that are suicidal are still afraid of the act of dying. It's not, that's why, like, most people that try to commit suicide fail because they try to do it in a non-painful way that's not, going to definitively happen. And I have to say this, If you are suicidal, please get help. It is never the answer, right? Whatever you're going through, you need to live your life as long and as, happily as possible. You might be in a shitty situation, but it will not be that way forever. You live life for the good moments, not the bad moments. Call 988 if it is something urgent. But back to what I was saying. People that are suicidal, they might not be afraid of the non-existence. They deem that non-existence as, right, better than the current situation they're in. But still, the act of death, right, is still something that is innately scary. You might be confronting and okay with, thinking you're in an afterlife or whatever would be post-death, but the act of dying will always be scary.
Of studies between 1990.
Because you're a human. You're an animal that will be in a fight or flight situation. You don't want to die, right? Even if your mind tells you otherwise, your body will disagree with you.
In 2006, terror management theorists found that when made aware of their own mortality, people are more likely to buy Gucci flip-flops, show greater support for people with similar worldviews, show harsher judgments towards those who challenge their worldview, believe in gods, avoid using sunscreen or scheduling medical checkups, and support violence towards outgroups. So if you find yourself arguing with trolls on Twitter after this video, you know why. But could it be true that the reason we work so many bullshit jobs with bullshit bosses and buy so many bullshit t-shirts and stamp our names on so many half-baked causes is because deep down, somewhere in the depths of our psyches, we're just terrified of dying?
Why would that make you more likely to the fact that if that's a true statistic, that bothers me. When I understood, everybody knows they're going to die. Right? Since you're fucking cognizant and aware enough, I don't know when the first time how old I was when I figured out I was going to fucking die. But at some point you're going to die, right? But there's a difference between knowing you're going to die and knowing you're going to die, right? There's two different realizations. I'm going to die one day and oh fuck, I'm going to die one day, right? Like fully coming to terms with like non-existence or the potentiality of non-existence and having to like front that, right? I think the first might prompt people to agree with others and fucking hate on people that disagree with them. The second, knowing that this is the only life you're going to live, possibly not existing, this being, a finite time that I'm going to exist here, made me be more caring and less narcissistic, less hateful, less blank, right? Because I now realize, why would I impede somebody else's existence that is as finite as my own? So that's weird if other people are doing the opposite. I don't know why. Why would they do that? Young and Life for the sub, Preference and Awash for the sub, Hand for the 675 to AHA. Appreciate it.
The samurais in feudal Japan lived by a code called Bushido. It emphasized these principles. Their moral code was so...
Well, and I always think about this. I try to philosophically confront my death, right? And I understand the concept of my death. But at the end of the day, when I'm able to put into words something that makes me feel better about death or makes me understand the universe even more, I come to realize that the words that I'm even speaking are created by myself and have no innate value to the universe. So how can I sit here and be comforted in the knowledge that I've acquired that make me feel better about my understanding of my own existence when the words that I'm even speaking have innately no meaning? It's like a weird paradoxical loop. I'm saying that what I'm saying has no meaning, and that makes sense to me, but I know that it shouldn't because what I'm saying has no meaning.
Code called Bushido. It emphasized these principles. Their moral code was so strong that if they broke Bushido, get this, they would dress up in white clothes, write a death poem, and then stab themselves in the stomach before having a friend decapitate them with a katana. They would rather die than be dishonored.
Wow.
The practice was called seppuku, and they did this for hundreds of years. Fast forwards to August 29th, 1921, and a guy called Yukio Seki was born. Yukio was a bright student in school, and he had dreams of flying planes for a living. Terror management theory would likely tell you it was because Defying gravity gave him a sense of symbolic immortality or something, but whatever the reason, the boy loved planes. And at the age of 17, he achieved his dream, becoming a pilot in the Japanese Navy. Then a year later, the craziest thing happened. By 1944, Japan was losing ground in the Pacific, and following orders from Vice Admiral Takahiro Onishi, a 23-year-old Yukio led a squadron of explosive-filled A6M Zero-planes into
kamikaze bombs.
battle. And after
For
sighting
pilots.
a US escort carrier ship, Yukio nosedived his plane into it. And not just Yukio, 3,800 kamikaze pilots met a similar fate on purpose, despite knowing that the war was already likely lost. Hey, terror management theory, what do you think about that? Or what about the monk who set himself on fire as a form of protest? Or the US Air
That really puts that throws a wrench in my bicycle wheel, as I would say. See, there are people like, especially like Buddhist monks that have effectively like reached nirvana and are so detached from materialistic things that they don't care about death. How? It's impossible to get there. It's impossible to get there for me. It's there, just believe. I think nirvana and the way Buddhist monks get there through meditation and years of practice and, genuine deep thinking or in those types of things is different than faith, right? And it is a level of faith to a degree, right? Especially in the religion. But I think I don't want to say this to piss people off. I think the faith in an afterlife is not confronting and coming to terms with death. It's avoiding it. It's avoiding the question. It's not answering it. Believing that I think nirvana in the Buddhist concept of the ceasing of existence and coming to terms and wanting that and the cessation of the cyclical death and rebirth, because that's what it is. In Buddhism, nirvana is reaching nothingness. It is effectively ceasing to exist. They come to terms with and are capable, if reaching it, to die and never come back. In Christianity, in the concept of heaven and hell, the way that I see it is it's not answering or confronting the fear of death and coming to terms with it. It's removing it because I'll be immortal. I can't die because when I die, I'll go to heaven and I'll live forever with God. That's not, it's moving the flagpole. It's not answering it. It's just deferring it.
Air Force guy who did the same thing in Washington this year, or the millions of people who have died in medieval battle running headfirst into a literal wall of spears, or the countless religious
Is this a philosophy or react stream? The whole stream was a regular react. This is just one philosophy react we're doing.
fanatics who have sacrificed themselves for a cause they thought was bigger than themselves. What about David Goggins, who ran an ultramarathon with pneumonia and broken legs? What about the willing martyrs? What about Socrates, who allowed the state of Athens to execute him on false charges of corrupting the youth when he could have just moved?
Yeah, he could have left the city. They literally gave him the option of that, and they told him to fucking take it.
To a different city? Socrates, the same guy who purposefully married the most annoying woman he could find in order to challenge himself. If self-preservation was the primary human motivator, would any of these things have acted?
That's such a funny thing to do, though. Try and find the most annoying person ever to fucking just get over it.
No, we don't want to merely preserve ourselves. Fundamentally, we want to thrive, to become powerful.
First date, they just start rambling about themselves, and they're like, "This food's bad. This food's bad. Can we send it back? I don't really like this place. Why does your hair look like that? I don't like the way you smell. You're perfect."
And free. And most of the time, death just gets in the way of that, so of course we avoid it. Unless you're a martyr, in which case it actually helps your cause, and so you willingly choose it. According to Nietzsche, a strong will to self-preservation was actually a sign of the distress and weakness.
A living thing seeks above all to discharge its strength. Life itself is will to power. Self-preservation is only one of the indirect and most frequent results
Of an organism. So What about all those terror management theory studies? It seems that no matter which way you spin it, the knowledge of our death is a corrosive on our souls. But is the fear of death even rational? Yes, it's purely rational, and that's why it's nonsense. Hear me out. Animals are not rational, and yet it's bonkers to suggest that animals are afraid of death. They're afraid of stuff that kills them, sure, but they're not afraid.
Yeah, they don't understand. We are one of the only animals that has two concepts of death. We, like a tiger or a lion, is afraid of being hurt because innately that will result in its death. But it never goes, what's death like? It just doesn't want to die. It doesn't want things to hurt it that will cause it to die. We are afraid of that and what the fuck is dying like? What's after death? Is there anything after death? It's such a weird fear. And it's annoying that we have to deal with it. But, like, you know, like they say, like the tattoo on my fucking chest says, life is only precious because it ends.
Afraid of death.
Fuck.
For without the ability to conceptualize
Monkeys do, they made their own religion. Show me proof of that, please.
The concept of death never occurs to them. A deer is not aware of its own mortality. It just knows that when a lion runs after it, its day is about to get significantly worse, so it runs away. All the diplomatic deers already died off. But humans are different. We are uniquely aware of our own existence. We have friends and family members who die, and from our perspective, they don't exist anymore, and so we say, yes, at some point I too will be.
There are other animals that mourn death, like elephants. They'll cry and mourn their loved ones for a very long period of time. But I don't know if that... I think they know they're gone, but do they know that that will be the same fate they have? I think humans are innately unique in that we see other people die and recognize that that will then happen to us.
Be non-existent.
Whereas elephants see somebody die, go, they don't exist, that sucks. They don't go, that sucks. Oh my God, that's going to be me one day.
But what we miss is that it's impossible to be non-existent, since to be is a statement of existence. At the very moment that the light of your consciousness ceases to shine, there will no longer be anyone there for death to happen to. You cannot be dead. That's an oxymoron. You can only ever be alive. Your own death is quite literally not your problem. People who live in fear...
And that usually is what makes me more comforted about it. I don't want to die because I like living, right? But when I'm dead, there will be nobody to be upset about it. I'm always like, oh, I'll be upset. No, I won't. I'll be dead. I won't exist. But I don't want to not exist because I like existing.
Fear of their own death go their whole lives afraid of something that never happens to them. Your death is outside your jurisdiction. The only thing that's your problem is your life and what you do in it. But Angela, if my death isn't my problem, why don't I just down 8 pints of Stella and break 100 miles per hour on the back roads? This is why we have suffering, so that we don't sabotage our ability to thrive by doing something stupid like dying. And as Einstein said, dying is like super counterproductive, bro. Suffering allows us to avoid death without having to do a cost-benefit analysis of every single action that we take. Instead, when we stand on our brother's
fucking Legos again,
a neat little instinct called pain tells us that that was not a beneficial event, so we remove our foot from the little death cube. Suffering and pleasure make it possible for animals to survive so that they can continue thriving without even knowing what survive actually.
Yeah, your nervous system, they don't understand what living is. They only understand that pain is bad and pleasure is good. I had to read a whole fucking philosophy book about that on fucking moral theory. I don't even remember the name of the book now. But pain and pleasure are the two things that drive humans. Very innately. Not more us different than other animals because obviously we're more intellectually developed. But like your dog only operates on pain and pleasure. That's why, like, when you teach it, you just base it off of a reward system. Because if it receives rewards, that's good. If it receives pain or any negative thing, that's bad. And so that keeps it alive.
Truly means. And then you have humans, built on the same...
I don't understand how we innately know how to do certain things. Like, certain behaviors are ingrained in genetics. Like when dogs nest, have you ever seen your dog try to find its spot and it goes like this? And it does like a little circle and it like makes it all comfortable. Like all dogs do that. Nobody ever taught them that. They just do it. How? Like it's just in their code. It's coded in their DNA for them to fucking act like that.
Wet tech stack as animals, except with this one extra module.
Like there's not everything's just learned behavior. Some things you just instinctively do, but it's so weird.
That means we now know that we die, and yet we still experience suffering and pleasure, just the same as our ancestors. And the combination of these two pieces of knowledge, that we suffer and that we also die, has led us to the conclusion that suffering is meaningless. We know we aren't suffering for eternal redemption or heaven, and as Nas put it, life's a bitch and then you die, that's why we get high. Suffering indicates to an organism that current events are hindering their ability to thrive, and pleasure indicates the opposite. Therefore, if we suffered, but we were not
aware suffering, unaware death, aware death, unaware suffering,
aware of death, and therefore could not directly avoid it, this would make sense. Alternatively, if we were aware of death, and therefore could directly avoid it, but did not ever need to suffer, this would also make sense. The human condition is that we are aware of death. We directly avoid it, and yet we suffer as well. This does not make sense, or at least we can't make sense of it, as evidenced by the fact that suffering and mortality take center stage in every major religion. You could even see much of the religion and philosophy of history as attempts to address the coexistence of suffering and death. We had some religions in the West.
Well, because you have to innately intertwine religion with good and pleasure, and for that you have to explain pain, and so there's a million ways that specific belief sets try to, you know, do that.
To say,
like a big thing, I don't know, a big thing is like, you know when they always say God gives his strongest battle or his toughest battles to his strongest warriors? I hate that saying. I hate that saying because it's like, okay, what about the fucking 5-year-old with leukemia that died before he turned 6, right? Like, oh, he was the toughest warrior. Like that just pisses me off. It makes me physically angry. Like, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not dissing Christianity. I'm not dissing anybody that says that, but I'm saying it's a very invalid argument. It's just a way to self-comfort yourself that has actually, it has no meaning. Whenever something bad happens to you, go, oh, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest warriors. There's so many examples of that just not being true.
We'll happily suffer because we will not die. Then some religions in the East said we'll happily die because we will not suffer. Then those who unalive themselves say, I just simply refuse to suffer and die, so I will just die and then I will not suffer. So how do we reconcile the two?
Oh my God. Robin Williams, dude.
Suffer. So how do we reconcile the two? Religions tend to either reject death and accept suffering, or reject suffering and accept death. I tend to prefer those that reject death, because I don't believe your death is your problem anyway. However, the fact that your suffering is your problem is not a...
I feel like I'm the exact opposite. I like the idea of accepting, like, the cessation of existence.
However, the fact that your suffer reject accept suffering, or reject suffering and accept death. I tend to prefer those that reject death, because I don't believe your death is your problem anyway. However, the fact that your suffering is your problem is not up for debate at all, so good luck rejecting it. And as Naval said, it's easier to achieve your material desires than to renounce them. I think the reason...
But at the end of the day, material desires don't matter. Like, people that spend their entire life grinding for fucking specific things, you're going to die and then they're not yours anymore because you don't exist. So it's like, I don't want to say that there's no point in doing that, but people that just spend hours and hours and they fucking work 12 hours a day, fucking 6 days a week, so they could fucking obtain their favorite car. It's like, if that's really what you want to do with your life, that's great. But at the same time, working for 40 years straight, 60 hours a fucking week and then retiring when you're 70 to have 5 years of chill time in your nice mansion and then die. Like, that sucks. So what should we do? I don't know. Do what makes you happy. I don't think that there is a definitive answer for anybody in that sense. Do what makes you not suffer. As long as you don't make other people suffer in the process. That's basically what I've learned. As long as your happiness doesn't impede others, then good. Like drinking and driving. You might love drinking and driving, right? But you're increasing the odds that you'll kill someone or injure someone, right? So it's bad, right? There are plenty of people. There are thousands of people that love drinking and driving. There are a lot of people that like that, but don't do it, right? Because even if you don't care about your own death, you don't want to kill somebody else. Don't harm other people.
The reason humans have struggled to justify the coexistence of suffering and death for so long is...
What if you like being better than other people? What defines being better than somebody? Having more money? Being stronger? Being fucking more powerful? What's being better than someone? And in that sense, yeah, sure. If you want to have more money than somebody, that's great. Just don't step on other people to get up there. Being better than other people in specific things is something that's innately ingrained in humans, and a lot of the time, specifically men, in like a lot of things, right? You want to be better than your friends at video games. It doesn't matter if you're their friend. You want to be better than them, right? You want to be better than them at sports because it gives you a feeling of reward and power, right? Being able to beat somebody in something else. It's basically the equivalent of flexing your muscles outside of having to fucking physically kill someone in the Stone Age, right? How you watch walruses fight to see which one's king and get a mate. So do men compete in sports to be better than each other, right? Or women, same, right? Women in sports want to be better than other women in sports, right? Or other men than sports, right? It's just competing and being better than other people gives you a physical sense of a reward.
Is because we haven't fully digested the knowledge of our mortality.
You think you could become a billionaire without stepping on other people's toes? I don't think that anybody should be a billionaire. I think you could have $999 million. That's fine. The second you have $1 billion, the fuck out of here, dude. Get rid of it. Yeah, that's got to go to other people. That's an L take. Why? Why should anybody? You did not earn it. You did not earn it. If you are a billionaire, you did not earn it. You can work proportionately more and your valued work can be better than other people to the effect that you are a multimillionaire. Your work and your skill can be so valuable that you have built a business that has gotten you millions and millions of dollars. And I will agree with you that you have earned that, right? But the second you have $100 billion, do you think your hour is worth 100,000 times that of an hour of a doctor or a working man, right? No.
We know that it will happen, but we can't imagine it. We imagine being aware of eternal nothingness or picture a black screen forever.
100 million max? I don't know. You want to have more than $100 million, whatever. Like, I'm not going to get pressed about that. But $1 billion, bro?
But we're still imagining consciousness. We conceptualize dead as a sort of state that we can be in, even though we will not be at all. But we simply can't picture that. As a result, we see our deaths as a bad thing, something confusing and scary, and we avoid thinking about it at all costs.
My dad was a multimillionaire because he invested at Apple at the right time, didn't do shit. But even then, his money was valuable, and he's a multimillionaire, and that's fucking great, dude. You can have 10, 20, 30, 40, $50 million. Who gives a fuck, right? You could say you earn that, right? And you can pass that down to your kids, and you can help your kids out, and maybe they'll help other people out. Hopefully they do. But the second you're hoarding, and all billionaires hoard money. Not all of them. A lot of billionaires donate money to the point where they're now millionaires, and they lose their billionaire status. Love that, right? But if you're a billionaire and you drive, you remember like Sam Bankman-Fried? Like, now we're getting not even on death. If you're a billionaire and you're like Sam Bankman-Fried and he was driving a fucking $20,000 car, It's like an obsession. It's like an obsession of power. It's not even about the money anymore. It's about being better than the other billionaires you're in rankings with.
We might logically know it will happen, but we emotionally reject it. Even thinking about it makes us feel uneasy, as evidenced by those TMT studies.
So people who work their butt off to get $1 billion don't deserve it. Nobody, no matter how much money you work no matter how much you work your butt off, you will not become a billionaire unless luck is involved. You have to be at the right place at the right time, know the exact right people, get in the right business, and do the exact right things with the right people to become a billionaire. It is not, you do not become a billionaire just because you're a fucking genius. You could be the smartest man in the goddamn world. If you don't have the fucking right connections, you're not going to get there. Because at the end of the day, connections, luck, and fucking experience are the only things that fucking matter in the job space. Right? In my opinion. Obviously, you know, the degree and all that is different, but knowing the right people and being at the right place at the right time is a lot of what makes people billionaires.
It makes us might logically know it will happen, but we emotionally reject it.
Lock back in.
Even thinking about it makes us feel uneasy, as evidenced by those TMT studies. But if you really give death your full attention and don't shy away from it, you realize that your mortality is a state that you are currently in, not some distant, scary event that might happen in the future. Just like the deer,
I exist right now, and that's all that matters.
Evolution has programmed us to be so afraid of the stuff that kills us. Social exclusion, hunger, violence. So ask yourself, if you really accepted your death and embodied your mortality without an ounce of emotional resistance, would you live differently? If you saw life itself as a suicide mission and were okay with that, what risks would you take? Would you really be afraid to talk to that cute girl at the bar, or ask for a raise, or start that new business opportunity? Would you really see life as pointless? Or would the stuff of life become the point of life? And what about suffering? Would you run away from it, or accept it as the price of admission? Would you fear it, or would you revel in it as a reminder that you're still alive? It's worth...
Part of suffering is what makes the things that are, you know, pleasure-based and happiness enjoyable. If you never suffered, anything that is reward-based would not nearly be as enjoyable. Being handed $1 million and earning $1 million are two different experiences. Both are desirable, but one is better than the other. If you win the lottery, it is nowhere near as rewarding as grinding, starting a business, gaining it, because you went through the shit, right? If you go through the shit before the reward, you feel a lot better about it. That's cap. It's not. Both are still great. I'm not sitting here and saying winning the lottery wouldn't be fucking amazing, but doing it, being able to gain things on your own and feel happiness after the shit is what makes that shit great, right? People run and make themselves feel pain running so they get the runner's high. And part of the feeling of the runner's high is how shit you felt before and how good you feel now.
Worth asking yourself this because it happens to be true. Life is a suicide mission. It's already gonna kill you. And until you accept that without flinching...
You'd be rich, so who cares? That's why a lot of lottery winners, though, lose all their money, because they don't understand the value of it. People that earn their money understand the value of that money a lot better than people that just get it. A lot of the people that win the Powerball go broke in 3 years because they don't understand the value of the money they've obtained because they didn't earn it. They just got it. And so now they blow it. They don't know how to use it, and now it's gone.
You will resort to
weird, man. Like, this is the last thing I'm going to say. This was a very nice video. I really enjoyed this. But, like, I love history, and I've gotten really into history because I love looking at the past, and I wish I could talk to my ancestors, right? And I always think to myself, wow, I wish I could talk to my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Newsflash, I have 5,000 of them because your ancestry goes so far back that you get less and less related to the people above you, right? You have fucking 5,000 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers, a million down the line. But it's so weird that many people existed prior to us, and there will be so many more people after us, yet we all exist right now. And I know I'm not the biggest Twitch streamer, but I still think I have a very sizable audience. And, you know, I'm never going to meet half of you guys, and I've said this before. I love that we all exist at the same time, right? I'm never going to meet 99% of you, right? Ever. But it's so cool that we share this time on Earth for, you know, the fucking 75 average years a human lives. And then there will be an entirely new set of people that will do the same thing, say the same thing, and then die. Choke over the 3. Do you think LeBron James is an ethical billionaire? I don't know. Danny for the sub. Bob for the 10. To AHA. I don't know what I put here, so hi. CC for the sub. Savannah for the 3. Donating because of the fire take. God gives the hardest battles to the strongest soldiers. I've been type 1 diabetic for 6 years. 12-year-old me was not God's strongest soldier. Thank you for recognizing that. Well, thank you for the 3, Savannah. And Bronx for the 3. Yeah, a lot of it's just fucking shit luck, man. Like, it's just motherfuckers get killed in a fucking tornado. Like, that's not strongest battle, bro. You just it's fucking unlucky. It just happens, right? You show us your Spotify playlist when you're done. Bronx for the 3. I have a million of them. Actually, for the 3. You have 5 YouTube plaques and 4 channels. If you don't include your philosophy channel, did you buy extra? I have a shorts plaque, gaming plaque, main plaque, VOD plaque, main plaque. 0 and Reggie for the sub. Retro for the 1. Our school does have philosophy. You inspired me to take AP psychology. Dub. All right, chat. We're going to call that there. W fucking stream. Hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time streaming. We raised $3,287.57 for AHA. Love to fucking see it. Thank you to AHA for obviously asking me to do this stream as well. I've worked with them before. I would have done one in the future, but they had a little charity event today, and I'm glad I was able to be a part of it. And yeah, if you have any videos you want to watch or games you want to play, video/app/game/app is how I find most of the videos that I watch, the games that I play. So if you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, send those there. Upload on the main and the gaming today. I'll do a double upload on the main tomorrow because we unlocked the extra YouTube video, obviously. Outside of that, I'll be live tomorrow. Oh, also, video/app/game/app, but also the lunch suggestion tab. Send your school lunch photos in the school lunch suggestion tab. I'll leave it open for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. I know it's the weekend, so don't worry about it. But I want to see like the fucking gross lunches you guys have or good ones. Either way. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live early, 11:45 a.m. EST. We're doing a Marvel Rivals sponsor for the new fucking update with The Thing and Human Torch and all the tweaks and stuff from 12 noon to 2 EST. Then from 2 to 5:30, we're going to be doing Block Wars, the Minecraft event. Really fun. Got a whole team for that as well. Sunday is React Day at 2. Monday, I'm going to be doing finishing Carry the Glass with Zeusy and some random shit. Tuesday I'm off. Wednesday we're doing horror games. Repo, which is a new comedy horror game with the guys. Thursday I'm doing GeoGuessr or Twitch Rivals. Next Friday, or this upcoming Friday is Reacts in the mech game. Next Saturday and Sunday are Marvel Rivals tournaments and maybe some Reacts as well. Appreciate y'all once again. Thank you to everybody that donated. We had a great chat, great audience today. A lot of people on the fucking stream. Thank you to everybody that stuck around. Almost 5 hours fucking stream day. Google out for the 2 subs. Scuffy for the 3. When's the next charity stream? March 5th. March 5th is the next charity stream. It's going to be a different one. We're doing a big streamer event for pediatric cancer research, which is fighting childhood cancer. That'll be in like 2 weeks. Not even. Like 2 weeks. It's going to be a Roblox Squid Games event with like 20 streamers. We're going to be doing that and a bunch of other Roblox games like Death Penalty and a bunch of other shit. It'll be really fun. So I've said I wanted to have a charity event where I raise like 20K. Hoping it's that one. But yeah, appreciate y'all. And let's raid fucking Scotty because Scotty's also doing a AHA charity stream. So yeah. All right. Scotty K Fitness. All right. Appreciate y'all. And I'll see y'all soon. We are going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go watch the YouTube videos, and I'll see y'all tomorrow at 11:45 in the morning, EST. Goodbye, chat.